Gajep. We're going to start early. We have the minister coming in at 9. I'm going to ask our drum group to bring you all in. Nahal Miigwech, take it away. Miigwech for that drum and Miigwech for that beautiful song to start us off in a good way. I'm going to do a quick recap for today. Yesterday we had Minister Greg Rickford come and meet with us. Today we're going to have Minister Mandy Galmasti come and meet with us at 9 a.m. We know that she's going to be on Zoom. She's not going to be coming in person today. So we will have her presenting at 9 a.m., and that's why we had to get started early today. I want to congratulate you all on getting 28 resolutions done in the past 2 days. I also want to thank the staff and the political office for working with the leadership here today and getting some work done, some really good work done. And I know that there is a lot of work, and the next steps are to implement and to get these resolutions implemented. So I say miigwech, and I'm just wondering, do we have the minister on yet? Okay. Nope, she's not on yet. In your agenda, we have a little bit of a change in terms of today. Once the minister is done, we're looking at from 9 to 9:30. We'll be moving up the Anishinaabe Nation Commissioners and Nation Council presentation. And then after that, we'll do our health break. We'll have a chief's discussion, and then we'll have the closing. And if there's anything else that we can fit in between, it'll have to wait till next year. Now.
Yeah, a quick announcement just so everyone knows. The AEI, or the Education Institute, is currently collecting feedback to inform the development of several new programs, including training related to governance and leadership, project management, and Indigenous Healthcare Navigators program. Your input will help us ensure these programs align with community priorities and labor market needs. By sharing your insights, you are directly contributing to the creation of high-quality, culturally grounded training opportunities. Please complete the survey for a chance to win a prize. One of these beautiful cups. No. It's going to be a beautiful prize. What's what I'm saying? It's a win a beautiful prize. Visit the AEI booth for a ballot. The draw will be held this morning. So the clock is ticking on getting your survey completed. Do take some time, perhaps during the break, to fill out that survey, and I'm sure they'll come see us with their winning numbers. But I'm sure they'll definitely benefit from your input. We do have the minister showing up. We're waiting for her to show up at any moment now. I don't know if the Chiefs have any strategy. I know we just let it happen as it happened yesterday, and I'm thinking we'll try to do the same today with Minister Gull. I don't know why they placed the Chiefs so far from the chairs up here. Why you guys are so far away now? We got a big room, and they put you way over there. Joe was tired of being too close, so he went to the other furthest corner away from us now. So with that, what I think we can all collectively contribute to a long, awkward moment of silence. Oh, you did that quite well. It was awkward and everything. A quick update. The resolutions committee did come see us. You did not pass or did not contemplate. Actually, you contemplated 32 resolutions yesterday and actually passed 30. But you talked, but we deferred one, right? We deferred, including the 31. So 31 contemplated, 30 passed. Hey, see? My math is not that bad. It's only 9 o'clock.
Or do you want me to check on the mic? Good morning. I'm just checking to see if the minister can hear us. If the minister can hear us, we see that you're logged in, but we can't see you on your camera. So if you can turn your camera on, and if you can confirm you can hear us.
Hi there, good morning. This is Paula from the Chief's office. Sorry for the delay here. She just had some technical issues running on her end, so she should be on separately just a moment.
Okay, so that isn't her, Paula. So while I have your attention, I'm going to raffle off this black book. It's a beautiful black leather-bound book. It has some writing in it, so if anyone wants to come and grab this black book, if it's yours, before I auction it off to the highest bidder, you can come and get it from here, miigwech. We have a winner. So did you find out what the name of it is? The school? George something. Yeah, I'll find out.
So while we're still waiting, Chief Shane Tababadung from Wasauksing. And that's it. Good morning to you all online. So I know we had one deferred resolution. I also understand there might be a couple of more. So what I'm proposing is that at the Chiefs of Ontario Assembly, we do have a caucus room. I'm going to propose that we have a special Chiefs Assembly to discuss those outstanding resolutions at that time. As part of that process, we will send out an email once we get the room confirmation. I understand it's very close to the assembly area, so we can gather at that time, perhaps through a lunch break, so we can get that further business done. Oh, and we also have proxy Terry Rock from Wanapate. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd also like to acknowledge Chief Wilfred King, who's joined us for 3 days in a row. Welcome back.
Here's the acting minister. I'm here to give all your land back.
So the minister's office has still confirmed one-on-one meetings with leadership. So I've compiled a list of chiefs who've confirmed by email. Either Matt from my political office or Lisa Rastul Brazier will be going around the room here for your names. So that we can help facilitate that conversation. The minister's office will reach out to you, and I've asked her staff to make sure to let us know when that contact has been made and and those meetings have been scheduled. It's important for us to make sure you have that time with the minister for the advocacy that you need to do. Online, I know I have Gimat Tababadang, who's also confirmed a meeting with her, Chief Corbier. I don't know if there's any more online. If you want to indicate in the chat that you would like to be put on the list if you're not already on it, we'll take those names as well, and then we'll forward them this afternoon to the minister's office. She's trying to log on, just troubleshooting tech issues. Maybe our leadership here today, how many of you have to leave to start traveling home before lunch? Maybe by a show of hands?
I mean, use it. Oh, I'm happy. That's my life. Set it up for Kevin Wichita.
Matthew Hop, are you in the audience? There he is.
Oh,
This man right here, he'll be going around the table here, and then we'll double check online to be put on this list that we will submit to the minister's office. Minister has joined us. I see her in the list. Minister Gulmasti, are you able to hear us?
And apologies, everyone. I had a hard time signing in.
Good morning, Minister Miigwech, for joining us today. We have a number of leadership in the room and several online. So we want to welcome you to our assembly virtually and also want to acknowledge the commitment made on your behalf by your staff to support one-on-one meetings in the future with our chiefs. And of course, we were sad that you weren't able to join us here in person, but we would love to welcome you at our next assembly in the fall. So with that, Minister Manokajep, good morning. I'll turn to you for your comments.
Wajagam Shai, Liftam my Gino Yemen, Moxie, the last of Nogajin, Hibita Jim, how in the virtual world, did you happen to Joashana Goshen Hibian Zimbabwean, the meeting Mok Buita Jim Hidik. Speaking in my own Cree language this morning, just, extending my thanks to you, allowing me to join you here in the virtual world. I do apologize. It is not ideal to meet virtually, but I am happy to have, the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I want you to know that, I really had intended to come, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I was not able to do the turnaround time as quickly as I thought. My apologies, but I look forward to coming to your territory in the future. This morning is one that's really, an opportunity for us to connect and have the chance to speak. It was really nice to see Grand Chief Debasage. I think it was last week that she came to the office to have a conversation in person with one of the communities in Ontario. It's an honor for me to join the assembly and have the opportunity to speak to you. I know and understand the importance of having an assembly. It is really the time that you get to, first do your community business, have the opportunity to report to your members, have those important conversations. But it's also, that time of people coming together and seeing one another. And in this spring, this is celebrated in my nation. When we come back from Goose Break, we also have our first community assembly where our leadership reports to us. And we have the opportunity to, just brag about all of the things we've harvested or done while we're on the land. I think that these kind of situations also remind us when we come together how important it is for everybody who is, in a leadership role or working for the community to have access to information so that they can report back to them what they heard. And those who are, really serving at that local level, who are engaged as chiefs, who are in the regional level having these conversations, I just want to know that I really value the time and the commitment that you've made to come be in these spaces. So I would, first and foremost, like to once again thank Grand Council Chief Linda Debasage for inviting me today, as well as Deputy Grand Chief Regional Chief Hardy, Regional Chief McLeod, Regional Chief Smoke, and Regional Chief Ms. Kokuman. I want to thank you for the leadership that you've undertaken in your roles in serving your nations and your communities. I would also like to thank Red Rock Indian Band for hosting this gathering, as well as the assembly co-chairs that are there today, Charlotte for, having the opportunity to really guide into some discussions. That there are chiefs that are present. I want to acknowledge you, Wajagam Shai, as well as youth leaders and of course community members that have come together to be part of this assembly today. Communities right now, I think through this past year, I've learned to see and I've learned to really have a high level portrait of what's going on across the country, especially in Ontario, really having observed through some of the files that we were working with, just everything that leadership is undertaken to be sure that they're supporting in areas that are challenged. You know, I want to today touch a little bit about health services, the initiatives that we've introduced in housing, the work that we're doing in the education space, the work that we've done with child and family well-being. And, you know, also emphasizing that to me, one of the priorities that I have as a minister is to ensure that we're doing the continuous work of protecting language, culture, and identity. I'm really pleased to also now be working with my colleague, Minister Miller, in this space, whose ministry is on Indigenous languages. And I think that this is a really critical file that I would like to hear more about in Ontario. This work, although, you know, extremely important, is not easy work. I know that communities are really responding to a lot of challenges that they faced. Last year was a huge expedited getting to know you exercise as we face some of the most intense evacuation scenarios that I think the government has ever undertaken. I really want to, you know, acknowledge the work that communities have done in keeping their members safe. This year is a year of really, you know, preparation, trying to ensure that we're responding in these spaces and that we are fully aligned and working together across all ministries to be able to support communities. Today, I want to touch on some of the priorities that I think have been raised with me, not only in the Ontario region, but across the country. There, you know, the major files that we are seeing advancement in right now is child and family well-being. Jordan's Principle is another announcement that we recently made, and additions to reserve, as well as files pertaining to housing and infrastructure. And trying to ensure that we're in a space where we're helping First Nations leadership advance the solutions that their members have in terms of community priorities. Last week on the 29th, we were able to celebrate the Ontario final agreement. I was really proud of that session. It's something that I think not only acknowledged advancing the agreement itself and advancing and acknowledging the authority that you've undertaken with this process for decisions with your nation, with the children of your nation. But to me, it really was more symbolic of a commitment of all of the work that's going to be done in keeping children safe, but also emphasizing their opportunity to continuously access their culture, their language, their connection to their community. This work is super important, not only for the children, but also for the families, really healing that family unit and doing the work of bringing everybody together and ensuring that connectivity to who they are. Last week, that important step was really noted with the official start of implementation in the Ontario Final Agreement, long-term reform. This was a huge milestone. I was so pleased to start that session, opening it in ceremony, having a pipe ceremony, having the opportunity to have youth come in and speak about the importance of what we're doing, because, you know, this is critical work that is going to help ensure that the pathway forward for First Nations children and their families is based in service that is going to be designed by their communities, by their members, keeping them connected to their communities. And we know that, you know, for a very long period of time, children have been impacted by the removal or by the system that has created that has not been aligned with who they are as First Nations people. And I believe that this agreement allows for that important step that's really going to change the reality of what they mean, what that means for them. But of course, at the heart of this work is ensuring that ideally we have fewer children entering into care, ideally none. Ensuring that interventions when needed are supported and that we are doing the necessary work of having children reunited and connected to their families. This deal represents an $8.5 billion investment. That is, this year we're going to see the first flow of $900 million to First Nations service providers as well. And we're really recognizing, as I said, that First Nations have the authority to care for their own children and that they're doing the necessary and hard work to ensure that the systems that they're going to use is going to reflect the distinct realities of the regions, you know, the community traditional activities and engagement with their territories, and ensuring that this is reflected for all First Nations in Ontario. So the agreement is going to support 130 of the First Nations that we see. That's more than 60,000 families. And it's also going to help families ensure that they're able to access the supports that they need so that there are fewer number of children going into care, ensuring that we're supporting the intervention when necessary. And as I said, that kids are really continuing to be connected to community. It's going to roll out over the course of a year, and it's going to ensure that the work that First Nations communities are doing is really based on the timeline that they need to ensure that there's flexibility to fully implement new funding models and program changes. For me as a minister, I really, want to emphasize that part of my learning and part of this government's learning is to really pay attention to the data that's being collected by community, because I think that data is going to be interpreted through a lens that is very different from a Western model. I think that the traditional Indigenous lens applied in this space is something that we as government, have to really focus in trying to understand. While this is a multi-year agreement, I want to be sure that the data that is collected is telling the portrait of how this work has really been undertaken with objectives that are defined by the community, but also intended to really focus on an outcome that is determined by them. And what can we do as government to ensure that we are understanding their process, we are respecting their process, and ultimately doing the work to take that next step with them. During this time right now, I really intend to ensure that we're working closely together with all of the First Nations to implement this agreement. But I also want to be sure that it is understood, while there are some communities that have come into this space, there are some that are outside of it, and we're actively having conversations with them to understand what their needs are. I had the opportunity to, do one of the communities, visit one of the communities, and I'll be having a conversation, I think, later on this week or early next week with one of the additional chiefs that has been awaiting further information on the decision from the CHRT. In terms of what we're doing in the Jordan's Principle file, I'm really trying to focus on building something that is going to offer the long-term, sustainable, and stable funding in place so that First Nations families, when accessing these services, have stability, have the opportunity to offer to their kids stability in providing those important, services and resources. It's been over a decade that, ISK has been implementing Jordan's Principle to support the kids that are both on and off reserve. And we know that this principle, comes from the history in the case of Jordan River Anderson. I think acknowledging him in these conversations is really important. And we know that, Jordan's Principle exists because we do not want First Nations children to face gaps or delays when they're accessing, government services, and to ensure that they're not being denied services. It's important as well when undertaking this work that we're really trying to, once again, align identity and align culture in this space. At the core of Jordan's Principle, I think there's two things for me that I really want to, share today is the fairness of being able to access this service without the burden of administration, continuously putting, the additional work on parents that are trying to access these services, a burdensome paperwork load on them, and really offering that dignity to their kids so that they can receive support and receive services in a way that's going to meet their needs, is going to ensure that we are not, moving into the space of looking at governments trying to resolve their jurisdictional issues and financial discussions, that we're really focused on providing care to kids. These things are essential. I had the opportunity to engage with many families over the past year and have conversations with administrators in Jordan's Principle. And it was clear to me that there needs to be some reform in the operational bulletin that went out. And we've been running an analysis quite in depth. A couple of weeks after I started, this was really the area where we had a very high level focus on what we were going to do to make changes and trying to understand how those changes are going to have an impact before implementation. Because while the operational bulletin was put into place to address certain issues within JP, I think it had the unintended consequence of really, creating more administrative burden on parents. So this year, we were able to secure a little over $1.5 billion in funding, which is going to be in place until March 31st, 2027. This gives us the window of time that we need to complete our analysis to see how can we ensure that we have a longer term funding framework in place. Really offering the stability of that service is something that is very important to me. You know, myself personally, I have family members that use Jordan's Principle. I see how important it is for these kids to have continuity in service, and ensuring that we're able to adjust ourselves internally within ISK to be able to offer that is something that is really important to me. These, these investments in the needs of kids, we know, have an impact for a lifetime. And it's really the focus of why we're trying to do some transition within the Jordan's Principle file. And while we know that the funding is going to offer stability, it's also going to ensure that, parents have the confidence in knowing that they can engage and commit to care plans with their kids and ensure that they can have these long-term relationships with their support providers and really understand with confidence what it is that they're trying to do in supporting their kids. So, as I said, in 2025, my focus was really trying to understand the implementation of the operational bulletin, trying to understand what kind of decisions we could make to change it, doing the engagement and having conversations with the users of Jordan's Principle, with families of Jordan's Principle, but also trying to understand how we can address and analyze the backlog that's been created because of the installation of the operational bulletin. So we were really doing a lot of focus in this space, trying to ensure that we're responding to the urgent requests that were coming in and improving our internal methodology for decision making and when we're working with children and family in this space. We did have, the urgent backlog process mitigated. We were able to achieve a reduction of up to 95% of files. We were seeing on a weekly basis almost 5,000 requests that were coming into ISK, and we were able to target and get 95% of those urgent requests completed. And this is really just the first step in the work that we're doing. There's a lot more reform that we're going to be announcing this year so that parents can have, a better understanding of how this principle is in place to serve them, how they can ensure their kids, have that continued access to the support that they need. And I've heard clearly from families and from leaders that navigating this program had become really unpredictable and unnecessarily difficult. And, one of the key reasons why Jordan's Principle is in place, it was created to put kids first. It was created to be sure that, families didn't have unnecessary barriers when they're trying to support their kids. And I think the important work that we did this year in looking at that is going to really address why Jordan's Principle expanded so rapidly, why the parameters of the program were unclear, and making sure that we're doing the work of not only engaging with community and trying to understand the changes that we want to make, but also trying to understand for them what it means in real world implementation of those decisions. So working to co-develop the outcomes, working to better align ourselves with how people are using the principle is something that's important to me. It takes time because, the needs are different across the country. Things that we saw as a high need or a high trend in one province very differently from another province. But we also saw on the provincial side, very different capacities to respond to those services. So it's really, the government doing our internal analysis of our steps that we use to process the requests, trying to understand the needs of the parents, and then trying to understand the environment in which parents are going out to seek these services. So, it's a multifaceted, multi-lens approach to understanding what can we do to be more pragmatic, to be, more responsible in offering this service. How can we understand the core needs that we're seeing as a trend? And how can we remain more responsive to the families that are using Jordan's Principle? We will be publicly announcing some of the reforms that we're putting into place, and I'm really looking forward to being able to share that information with families very, very quickly, upcoming in the next couple of weeks. You may have heard from my colleague yesterday, Minister Alti, regarding additions to reserves. This is a huge priority file for many First Nations across the country. I know that, communities have really shared their frustrations with how long it takes to advance an ATR. We ran an analysis to understand why the methodology was so complicated internally. And we know that we are able to, as Indigenous Services Canada and as Crown Indigenous Relations, really refine the process so it is able to be more responsive to the priorities that communities have. We've directed our departments to do this. The average baseline waiting period that I've heard pretty consistently from leadership across the country was really 20 years waiting for an ATR to be completed. And it was for different reasons. It was, lack of information in the file, lack of understanding who the land belonged to or who it was registered to. And I think for us, especially myself at ISK, it was really about ensuring if you don't have the information in that space, then being able to undertake the risk and support the community for the decision to be made, because we know that ATRs is a space that communities shouldn't have to wait years to advance their priorities. There are so many opportunities in the ATR space, things like housing, economic development. We really want to, ensure that we are streamlining and making a more efficient process for it to be faster, for it to really be simpler, for it to be more responsive when communities are making these submissions to us. That framework is going to be something that is supported by the announcement that we made earlier this year. We made an investment of $10.6 million to support this process. But we know that this funding really has to move far more quickly for First Nations communities to be able to be more responsive to the economies that they're supporting, and to really help strengthen and self-determination of how they envision their community looking like in the future, and where they want to pursue opportunity or have additional builds to support the needs of the community. For me, I think having the space to understand the comprehensive community planning or the vision that the community has set out is something that is an important driver for ATRs. Communities have undertaken a lot of work in this space, and it's really up to us here at ISK to ensure that we are really bringing those timelines in a shortened space. As they complete this work, we've instructed our departments to undertake this mission with a lens of understanding that ATRs should fall within the period of 6 months to 2 years. I think there'll be some exceptions within that time frame, but we really need to be more responsive, because this is a huge tool that unlocks potential for the communities. I want to also take a little bit of time today to speak about water. Access to clean drinking water is something that is really been supported and driven by many people in this space. I want to acknowledge the work of Grand Chief Dubosque for everything that she's undertaken in this file. I think since 2015, community members have really come forward and supported everything that's been done in this space. I've had the opportunity to learn the file and see the work that was put in place. And I understand the importance of what it means to ensure that we're taking those investments in infrastructure and in operations and maintenance, and really having, the opportunity for communities to have access to long-term solutions that are offered to them. We've had some success in this space in the past 10 years. I have to acknowledge that 95% of boil water advisories were lifted. Right now, a daily fluctuation between 37 and 38 long-term boil water advisories is, the trend of what I'm seeing. But we're really trying to work closely with communities and give them the opportunity to, help us understand the evolution of the needs, help us understand what it is in terms of long-term support, so that we can continue to help them working to lift these long-term boil water advisories. I want to, just note today that we're continuing to do work alongside 3 Anishinaabe nations who are really experiencing long-term water advisories: the Chippewas of the Thames, Munsee Delaware Nation, and the Chippewas of Georgina Island. it is really imperative that, we come together and fully understand how we can support these communities to give them the tools that are necessary for them to be able to offer that service to their members. In addition to, some of the work that we've been doing in that space, we were able to also announce an investment of $2.3 billion. I think this is really going to help us have the capacity needed to continue building on the progress that's in place. But, I want to acknowledge that access to safe drinking water is truly fundamental, not only for health, but also for the dignity and well-being of every community. And, this is why I'm supporting the Prime Minister and really actively doing the work to ensure that we introduce the legislation for clean drinking water for First Nations, which is going to be done this spring, which is we are coming to the final sprint in spring. But, I'm trying to be sure that the work that we're doing internally in Parliament has the proper timing. We have a lot of legislation that's being introduced, but we are in the queue. And I'm excited to see, the support and understanding of where communities want to go in this space. The legislation is very strong. It is, I think going to be a tool that is very effective to respond to the needs of the community. In the time that the communities, came together to support the work that was done in this space, I had the opportunity to have some first conversations in this file and learn the portrait of, what the intention was. Grand Chief Dubosque met me and, took the time to sit down with me and really speak a little bit about the work that she did, and offered, continued partnership in this space to work together. And I'm really thankful for that. And I know, as well as doing work in that space, there was a recognition of the Anishinaabe Nation leaders and the water professionals who came together. And you were, one of the nominees that took place for the work that you've done in the National First Nations Water Leadership Awards. So I think that advancing in that space, advancing in governance, and the work that you've done in operations and just the mentorship and the community education is something that really reflects the leadership, the innovation that's needed, and of course the dedication that's needed to really protect water in all spaces. I think one of the additional things that I've seen emerging in this space in the past 12 months is some of the conversations that has been coming out within the United Nations level and some of the reports that they've put out. And I really encourage, leadership in the room or community members in the room, if you have an interest in this water space, to really look at the last report that was put out earlier this year by the UN, and it really talks about water security. And while I know that, there's a lot of work that's being done to support water, I do think that there's an additional conversation that's going on right now internationally, which is looking to ensure that water security is an orientation that we have in this country. And I was pleased to see in my colleague, Minister De Bruysen's nature strategy, a conversation around national water security. And I really think that this is, this space that we're heading into, where we as a country are very resource rich with water, and that we really have to protect that resource as a country, ensure that we're able to defend it. And part of that work is focusing on a national approach. I know that, there's a lot of intention to look at protecting water source, which is within the provincial jurisdiction space. And my concern is without a national water security strategy, we will have packages of unharmonized or unaligned water protection approaches across many different provinces and territories, which could ultimately cause us to be doing a lot of work, but is not actually causing us to protect or secure water in its entirety. We know that water doesn't stop at the border. That's why I really welcomed in the nature strategy the creation of a table that is going to have federal, provincial, and First Nations come together to define how we can align and harmonize our approach to securing water in this country. And I think that this is, something that I want to flag for leadership so that you know and understand that this is a conversation that's happening, and this is a space where, you know, your input and knowledge is going to be extremely important, but that we also have the work to ensure that as stewards of water, as stewards of our territories, that we're working to harmonize across nations as well. And I think that that's, you know, something that we as First Nations people really have the capacity to do. I want to, you know, I want to see the work done in Quebec be aligned with the work done in Ontario, be aligned with the work done in Manitoba and across the country and so forth. So this is a space that I really think, you know, we will see the emergence of more conversations. And I encourage you to go onto the UN website and read some of their water security reports, which are free to access for anybody. This is a huge a huge part of my work in the next couple of weeks as spring comes into completion before the House rises. We will see the next steps in legislation. Housing and infrastructure is another huge undertaking. We know that there are many pressing challenges. I've had the opportunity to work with Minister Alty, to work with Minister Robertson, and to really, you know, try to understand what are the successes, what are the challenges, what are the needs of communities, what is the capacity that we can help build and shape. Oop.
She cut herself off. Okay. Phew. Remind me of a story when I was really young, and I was always told never to open an umbrella inside. And I must have been about 3 or 4, and I was watching Sesame Street, and I had my umbrella open. And at the same time that umbrella was open, just down the road, a transformer blew up, like boom, and all the power went out. And I thought it was me who did it with the umbrella. And I started breaking down. Oh my God, I blew the transformer out with my umbrella. So I thought I pressed the wrong button here again and cut off the minister. Hopefully she joins us. We do have our councils ready. And I know we have some pressing questions that we wanted to get in before 10 a.m. So hopefully the minister joins us again.
Oh,
There she is.
Sorry about that. Of course, my computer decided to restart and reboot and upload every single update that it needed to do. My apologies for that. I am cognizant that I've taken a lot of time, but I will leave enough time for questions. I just wanted to, you know, touch a little bit around housing. I want to be sure that everybody that is in the room today is aware that we have launched an engagement period to be sure that we are having the right information available for the new Indigenous housing strategy that was announced in Budget 2025. And my department and I are trying to ensure that we are continuing to do the work of the on-reserve component for housing, but we're also, you know, doing the additional work of helping our colleagues advance the broader strategy for Indigenous housing. And some of that work is being done under the EARN Fund, which is Urban, Rural, and North. So this engagement period is open. I encourage you to participate. It's going to be, you know, your perspectives and your information that really helps shape the strategy that's in place. On the 24th of April, Minister Robertson was able to announce, you know, the delivery of $4 billion in federal investment, and that's going to help, you know, support our communities with Indigenous-led funding agreements and project-based funding. And while ISK does the work of on-reserve housing delivery, we are also supporting in this space. My parliamentary secretary is really driving this file. I encourage you, if you have questions, to reach out to her. She's really helping, you know, lead this work within the ISK ministry. There was also further $1.7 billion that was committed to through the Build Canada Homes to support Indigenous housing providers that are serving in these rural spaces. And it's really important that we understand the differences and the needs of the groups that are participating. Nearly $2 billion is going to distinction-based agreements for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And then we have up to $300 million through ISK that's going to address urgent housing needs and help projects move forward. Those that are already in the pipeline, help them come to fruition and completion. So the housing solutions that we have are really focused on being Indigenous-led. And we really want to be sure that the strategy that's put in place is aligned with the realities that communities are facing and that we're supporting them appropriately. Housing, of course, cannot be separated from infrastructure. We know that communities need reliable access to clean drinking water, but there's also more work in this space of roads, of energy development, of broadband development. Having access to the internet is a critical part of some of the services that we want to improve and modernize in the space of health and education. Part of the reasoning that I was so excited about Budget 2025 is that Canada's Infrastructure Bank put into place one of the largest Indigenous infrastructure investments with a target of at least $1 billion to $3 billion. So these investments really create an important opportunity to build, more homes, increase the strength of infrastructure, and really support long-term economic growth. And I think that that's something that communities are looking for and looking to have additional opportunity. I am cognizant and I am aware of some of the challenges in health service delivery. We're really trying to do the additional work with the Anishinaabe Nation and the province of Ontario to move this into a space that is more responsive to the needs, and we're working on the next steps of an agreement in principle. My colleague, Minister Michelle, did a tour this summer, and in some of my conversations, she did a tour last summer. In some of my conversations, it was very, very clear that there was a huge emergence of concern around mental wellness. And I think offering that as a service is, the first important step, but ensuring that mental health services are also established in a critically safe environment and delivered in a way that helps, really support community needs is something that's important to me. We know that within the Anishinaabe Nation, there's 7 mental wellness teams that are jointly funded by ISK and the province of Ontario to be able to support in that space. But there's a lot more work that I think needs to be done to really support because of what we're seeing emerge in this space. Earlier this year, we were able to announce an investment of $630 million over 2 years to support the availability, the accessibility, and the quality of mental health services for Indigenous people across the country. And as we continue to do work in this space, I think we're going to understand better the gaps that we see in the system, but it's also going to help give us the portrait of what we need to really understand the needs and the experiences of Indigenous people. I've been speaking for a very long time. I'm so sorry. I really had a lot that I wanted to share and have the opportunity to have a conversation about. But just in closing, I want to be sure that I take the time to really, wish everybody a happy Indigenous History Month. This is one of the things that is important for us as parliamentarians to share the importance of why there's an entire month dedicated to Indigenous history. We've come a long way in this country, starting from a place where I think, there's a very challenging history in government with relationship to government. But I think one of the priorities that I have as a minister is really to demonstrate and show that culture is alive and that First Nations are, celebrating who they are while there is, a challenging part of our relationship with government, that we are also very proud of who we are and that we are committed to ensuring that we're creating the space necessary for our children and youth to be able to be happy and healthy. So I will leave it at that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Minister. I will open the floor for questions, and Chief Joe Muskoka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Minister. I have a couple of questions, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I'm particularly interested in your discussion around First Nation child well-being. And I'm wondering, as we move forward on this topic, I think it's absolutely imperative that there be measurables put in place, that there be data collected with certainty. And I think that we need to establish a First Nation Children Index on the social determinants of health. That takes in, that includes, but it's not limited to, social and economic status, the housing quality in which children live, the education standards in which children go to on reserve schools, non-medical conditions, the environment, their social, their physical health. And I believe this is not a one-off to Jordan's principle. It has to be a coordinated approach between the development of the 1965 Welfare Agreement and how that is going to play into child welfare, Jordan's principles, and the better being for our children nationally. So I want to point out, first of all, before we start doing one-off negotiations with program development, we have to also have the data, the sovereign data for First Nations to have measurables on whether or not there's been advancements taking place. We have a number of First Nation academics across this country that have the skill sets that I think would be able to coordinate that kind of development. And so we look at it from a sovereign data position. That's one thing. I want to very just quickly talk about water and community infrastructure. Those two also play a critical role in child development. And so I don't think that they can be left off, seeing that my community was mentioned as one community that is often on boiled water for the last 15 years. And we're absolutely refusing to be municipalized by being forced almost into the position where we need to utilize municipal infrastructure for water quality. While in fact, we've done enough studies over the last 10 years to show that we have sufficient amount of water quality, not only for the existing community, but for the next 50 years. And so to be pushed off into a municipal system, I think is just, I'm not saying you, but your department officials are trying to municipalize First Nations under the jurisdiction of the province, and we absolutely reject that premise. I look forward to your comments, Minister.
Okay. What do you think that we should take a few and then I can answer as many questions as possible? Just I want to be just really respectful of the time.
That's up to you, Minister. We can also go to the next question if we want.
Yeah, I'm taking notes here, so I'll be able to answer them.
Oh, yes. Actually, the chief is leaving soon. I wonder if you could answer that one question, and then we can do that.
Oh, of course. Sure. You know, completely in the first question that you put forward with child and family, I agree. I totally agree. One of the things that is a challenge for me is the methodology often I've heard falling back on is, you know, trying to measure the quality of life for a child, an Indigenous child, and then the comparable is a non-Indigenous child. And while this is one measure, you know, I don't know if that is the measure. You know, there are components in an Indigenous child's life that are very important data sets that are actually not reflected in a non-Indigenous child's life. And that's really their capacity to have their language and be connected to their culture and traditional practices. And for me, I think those things are so high value. They're measurables that have to be included in determining how we are improving the life of a child, which is not something that you can get when comparing, you know, a child that's growing up in a Northern Ontario community to a child that's growing up in a Southern municipality. Those two things are two different data sets that can be one form of a measurable, but I think that we really need to do the work of defining, and I think this rests with the responsibility of, you know, the First Nations side to really establish what are the criterias. How do you know that you are successfully offering Mumation, you know, offering improved life, offering happier life, offering the pride of understanding and knowing who you are as a first person, offering, you know, all the measures for enhanced social determinants. There are so many different data sets to capture, but I want to be sure that government is understanding the data that is being collected and government is understanding the methodology that's being used to interpret that data. Because I am aware that, you know, being a First Nations person growing up in Toronto can be very different for a First Nations person that's growing up in Sudbury, that's growing up in Thunder Bay, that's growing up in a community in the north, in Northern Ontario. So I want to be sure that we are really respectful in that space. That's the angle that I'm taking and understanding. But we as government have to know and understand how you interpret that data, how you are trying to do the work of improving the life of children. So I fully support the work in this space, and I think that this is part of, you know, the implementation is really designing and refining those next steps. With what's being done in the water space, I hear you loud and clear. You know, we really want to work with communities to support them in what they're trying to do, and that's just simply offer clean drinking water to their members. In some places, that is, you know, easier. It just takes funding dollars for them to be able to access to unlock their projects. In some places, it is a little bit more complex. You know, not all water solutions are the same, but we're here to support in that space. One of the things that I am trying to be very transparent with leadership is in the introduction of legislation. I think there's often, you know, a very high focus on how does this water bill affect me as a nation, which I think is important that leadership understands and knows what it is going to do for their communities. But the part that I think is really critical right now is the water legislation unlocks funding, very substantive funding that's going to allow for us to move these projects forward. And for me, trying to be sure that we are unlocking this funding as quickly as possible is my intention and approach and how we work with the legislation bill, because there are so many communities across this country that have incredible issues with their water infrastructure, and the needs in some provinces surpass the national you know, budget that I have available. So being sure that we are able to unlock the billions of dollars that are attached to the water legislation is really important to me, so that we can, you know, just get these projects going as quickly as possible. Communities have been waiting far too long. So I hope that leadership you know, will support me in that space, because I want to be sure I'm able to offer you the resource that you need to do the work for your members as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Minister. Regional Chief Hardy.
Good morning, Minister. Regional Chief Mel Hardy, Northern Superior Regional Chief. You know, I want to just ask a question about housing. So when I was chief in my community, whenever we put an application in for a build, the staff from the ISK would tell us that we had to get a hold of a proponent, who the builder was going to be, and that's who they would just talk to. They wouldn't even talk to the chief no more. They wouldn't talk to the staff no more, because it was the person who's building the house with his team. they'd be the guy that would be in charge. And I found that very discriminatory because and even for the servicing for the houses, we're finding a lot of times there was no funding for the servicing for the houses. So, Minister, since most First Nations can't access Build Home Canada due to the off-reserve rules, infrastructure gaps, and zero capacity funding, will you commit today to creating a First Nation specific stream that funds housing, servicing together, while recognizing our jurisdiction and initiative building processes? Congrats.
Thank you. Any other questions for the minister? We're pooling questions so she can answer them all at the same time. Chief Simpson.
Yes, good morning, Minister. I wanted to ask a question about Bill C-61, about the clean drinking water. We know that Bill C-61 fell off of the parliamentary debate when the government was prorogued. We would like to see a bill that's reintroduced to the legislation that reflects all of the work and consultation that went into the efforts to create Bill C-61. So we're hoping to see new legislation introduced that accurately reflects all of that hard work that's already been done.
Thank you. Other questions? Chief LaRocca.
I'm just going to give my badge to our deputy chief. He presented at the committee for S2, and I thought it would be great for him to follow up.
Sure.
Miigwech Chief and Miigwech Minister for your time today. We met in December at the FN, and you'd mentioned that your consultation on Bill S2 would take 8 months. That was 7 months ago. I'm wondering where your consultation is at, if the time is up on it, and we are ready to move forward with amendments as provided to the one-parent rule and the second generation cutoff, allowing us our citizenship. Miigwech.
Thank you. Other questions for the minister? Regional Chief Smoke.
Ani Bojo, Nigadi Makwakwe, Indigenous Makwandotum, Alderville, Jabal. Good morning, Minister. My question is regarding the upcoming First Minister's meeting in the fall. I just want to know what plans are, how the government is progressing to have an agenda, a rights-based agenda, following up on the previous First Minister's meetings back in that were remained where outstanding issues remained. Just an update, please. Chimigwech.
Thank you. Other questions? Going once, going twice. Chief Stevens.
Good morning, Minister. Chief Kathy Stevens, Nipissing Nation. Just reflecting on the information that you expressed regarding health, it was considering the levels of depleting health for some of our community members in many of our communities. I feel like there was very little information offered on this. Considering all of the addictions, mental health concerns that we have, it would be nice to have some kind of some indication of our ability to be able to tackle some of those healthcare needs in our own way in our communities with the proper resources through funding, such as detox centers that are within our communities, lands-based. Sorry, lands-based treatment facilities, and something that's been sitting for 20 years is the missing and murdered numbers throughout our nations. What supports will be offered through Indigenous Services Canada to reduce some of those concerns?
Thank you, Chief. Other questions? Seeing none.
I have a question online.
Oh, sorry. I need your hand.
This is Chief
Sorry, Chief
Corbier.
Corbier.
Okay, Chief Corbier from Ondeck Dominic County. Good morning, Minister. They've been talking about the ATRs for centuries. So Ondeck County doesn't have any more land. We have no economic development. We need infrastructure. We need some of our ATRs opened up within the next couple of months. We're not going to wait 2 years. We need to do something. So you want us to do own source revenue? We can't even do that. There was a 1990 land claim agreement that was done. That it was a modern day treaty that's been 35 years since that has happened. We bought land until Mike Harris decided to change the Taxation Act. And after that, we were taxed. We negotiated with the province to pay the taxes. That's not even the issue. The issue is you stagnate a band that cannot grow. We have population here. We can't even build houses, not even 2 a year because we don't have any land. We bought land off a band member for 87 acres. It's all swamp. So it's high cost to build there, in which we're in a crisis right now in regards to that. So we need some help. We need ATRs done sooner than later. Every couple of years, you hear a policy change that's going to happen to ATRs to make it better for First Nations, but that's not happening. You may change a few lines in it that's going to look like, wow, we did something. So I want to know, Minister, what are we going to do about the bands that are strapped for land, that can't develop anymore, and we have angry band members that want to move home and they have nowhere to build? Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. Chief LaRocca.
I know at the Lands Board 30th anniversary, it was announced that there was $10 million being put into the ATR process, and I'd like you to please elaborate on what the exact plan is for that money and whether it's going to just simply support the existing bureaucracy, which is what I understood from you that day. I also want to know how the department is going to further decentralize mental health funding to ensure culturally appropriate community-led crisis support and addiction services are resourced in the long term. Miigwech.
Thank you. I see Chief LaRocca has asked Dr. Corbier.
Ani. Kiwa nang dishnikas nishnabe kwendao. Krekek no the mino wikwam kong don japa. My English name is Jeanette Corbier Laval. I'm from the Wikwemikong unceded territory on Manitoulin Island. But why I'm here is to speak as the Commissioner on Citizenship, or what we say in Anishinaabe, and this is so important. This comes under our governance. And what I would like to share with Minister Gulmasti while you're here, and we have the opportunity to talk about Bill S2, and I'm so glad that you're here to hear our concerns. But what I want to share with you is that I'm part of a national group of women who have been dealing with the Indian Act for over 50 years now, and there is still lots of discrimination within that current piece of legislation. And I know that you have said to us on several occasions that you want to reach out to other First Nations that you haven't had the opportunity to hear from many. Well, I would like to share with you that we have data, information, that over 500 First Nations of Canada's recognized 619 Indian status reserves, or bands as we call them, have expressly voiced their support for Bill S2 as it was amended in the Senate. So that's been done already. So the question is, why are we going to postpone it? It can be put into the House and dealt with right now. And it is so urgent that this be done in the House before the House rises for the summer. And also, I think we have all heard, and we've been hearing stories, and even one of the young hunters here, the men, our warriors, talking about what is happening and the pain and the trauma that is being experienced by some of our people who are not able to belong to their First Nations. They are still being excluded. But under Bill S2, we would be able to welcome more of our people to our communities and to work with us and to help us grow to be a strong nation, a strong Anishinaabe nation. So this is my message that I've been asked to share with you, that it can be done and it should be done.
Miigwech. I would like to give an opportunity to the minister to respond to these different areas. So, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing and asking all of the questions that you have today. Because I've heard two people, Deputy Chief and as well as Dr. Corbière, I think, speak on citizenship. This is probably where I'll start, because I think there has been a lot of work that's being done in this space. First and foremost, I want to say that Bill S2 is under study right now in the committee at INAN. The minister is not part of the study process. We submit to committee, and then committee does the work of hearing witness, hearing testimony. People come in. There's been a number of people that have wanted to witness and provide testimony within this space. So I have to do the work of really respecting the internal parliamentary protocol. I have a lot of faith in my colleagues that are sitting at INAN. And I think the fact that so many people have wished to come and present and offer testimony is, to me, a demonstration that there are many opinions in this space. And I want to very clearly say the conversation around second generation cutoff is not about should we do it. The conversation for me as a minister is we need to do something in this space. And I was very clear. Last year, the first interview that I gave was on second generation cutoff and the importance that I think there is in doing a standalone legislation. You can look through the media, you'll see my comments in this space have been very public, have been very transparent. We do need to do something with second generation cutoff. And while S2 was submitted to the Senate to deal with the enfranchisement, and the Senate chose to make these amendments to address one-parent rule, I think that, the approach that they've taken in trying to, create a frame that ends discrimination and create conditions for those members who have not been able to transfer status to their children is one that I respect, know, and understand personally. In my own family, I have second generation cutoff kids. So I try to be transparent that this is something that is very important to me. There is nobody that should lose recognition of who they are as First Nations in this country. And the reason why I'm taking this position is being First Nations and being status, I think, is something that people really need to define for themselves. Having a status card means that you are able to access a benefit. Having a status card is not what defines you as being First Nations. And the discrepancy and the gap between these two things, I think, have really been merged because of the Indian Act, and trying to unlink that is something that's important to me. I want to, express the respect that I have for the work that the Senate has done. And I know that the Senate has taken a position where there are a number of reports that have been put out by different groups, by different advocacy bodies that recognize that we must remove the second generation cutoff from the Indian Act, which I completely agree with. The issue with me as a minister is it is my duty to ensure that we undertake a proper, clear consultation process so that we receive input from First Nations directly. Creating the precedent of accepting a report as input from the community is not a pathway that I am trying to introduce. I think we have to respect what every First Nations in this country has campaigned to ensure that they are directly consulted and that they have the opportunity to put direct input one-to-one with the government. So there are some spaces where we have received the report, we have received feedback that second generation cutoff needs to be dealt with. What is not clear in those reports is what does that look like? What does the implementation of that look like? There are some communities that wish to pursue a one-parent rule. If this is, the process that they wish to undertake, I completely respect that, because ultimately, the only outcome that I think we need to adhere to and be, very transparent on is this is communities' right to choose who their members are. And while the amendments speak about returning to the 1985 version of the Indian Act, I view that as accepting the racism of the 1985 version of the Indian Act. And we need to do more. We need to go further. We need to ensure that we're working with community and that community have the opportunity to define how they are going to acknowledge their members, how they are going to do the work in citizenship, how we as a government have to respond to them, and have to be able to have, the opportunity to really create the model of the criteria that they want to put in place to not only acknowledge the members that they have now, but also acknowledge the members that are trying to return home. We know that, discrimination, that the Indian Act second generation cutoff, 60 scoop, so many different things have changed people's connection to their community. That's why for me, this consultation process that I'd expedited is going to be concluded in July. I'm going to receive a final report. I'm going to do the engagements of ensuring that communities define what implementation looks like, what are the solutions that they seek to achieve, what is that going to cost. And, I'm still doing the work in this space while the Senate is doing the analysis of S2. I'm still doing the second generation work nonetheless. I haven't put it on pause. We've continued to do this work. It's going to be briefly completed. And this summer, one of my engagements is going to be in my community visits, really taking the opportunity to hear from community. What is it that you wish to have as a criteria? Because there are some communities out there that have written to me and that are going to testify at the committee that it is up to them and it is their responsibility to determine for themselves what their citizenship model looks like. And I want to be respectful of that because I am, from the utmost belief that communities are the authority and the decision maker in this conversation with citizenship. And, I'm trying to create space for everybody to provide their input. And there is an urgency. That's why I have expedited this process. That's why one of the decisions that I made immediately was to ensure that these consultations were completed, that we had the input, trying to create as many avenues as possible for people to communicate to us. And I understand the importance of this. This is one of my key priority areas. I've committed to doing this work and, I'm waiting for the completion of the study for S2. This is up to the House. This is up to the committee to do that. I encourage you, if you wish to share in that space, to sign up to be a witness if you wish. But as a minister, we're not involved in the process. It's really the committee members that are doing the work. So there is that larger conversation with S2 and second generation cutoff.
Just before you move on,
Go ahead.
Minister, I just want to make sure we understand. So you're in committee right now. You're expecting a report from the committee in July. In July, you'll be going out to 633 communities to get their input on implementation and what they would see as their criteria for implementation. Do we have it right?
No,
Oh.
no, sorry, that is not correct. The collaborative consultation process is underway now. It is public, it is online. You can participate if you wish. You can go to the Indigenous Services Canada, Government of Canada website. You can go online and you can log in and provide your input. The committee is underdoing the work of hearing testimony. So these two things are happening in parallel. The committee is doing the work of S2. So they are listening to witness testimony on what was submitted in S2, including the amendments, the collaborative consultation process for second generation cutoff. This work is going to be shortly completed. We're going to receive the final report in July, and we're going to be going out to do engagement this summer to listen to communities and do the validation of this is what we've heard, this is what we understand, what are your needs in implementation. So it's not a conversation about should we do this? The conversation is when we do this, what do you need to be sure that you're doing this well for your members?
Excuse me, Mr. Minister? Or sorry,
It's
Miss Minister.
Adam.
Sorry, oh, it's a little early for me. Sorry, Minister. I do have a question in relation to S2, and I understand your answer with regard to the questions that have already been asked. But my question is in regard to the people who the bill was intended for, the people who are affected by enfranchisement. We have members who were removed from enfranchisement, and they are waiting, and so is their families waiting for this bill to be passed as it was drafted. But I understand the amendments and I support the amendments, but what happens to the original bill and those people who are waiting, and some of them are aged and they don't have much time to wait to gain their rightful place back within our communities. Also, I just wanted to address, when we're talking about S2 and you're talking about, making these changes, I'm 199 years signed from my treaty. I am a descendant of 4 of those signers of the 18 who signed our treaty, 1827, the Huron Tract Treaty in Ontario. And there is multiple mentions within our treaty of the signers signing for themselves and their posterity. And posterity is listed at least 4 times in our treaty. So there's already a treaty breach. Our members and their posterity already have treaty rights that aren't being recognized. Now we'd like to be able to see them added under S2. But my question is, what happens to those people who were had their hopes up for the original bill with dealing with enfranchisement? Because we do have a number of people. We are a border community. We have a lot of people who reside in the United States that are closely following this and wondering where their place is based on the amendments. Miigwech.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. The work that's being done on S2, as I said, is really in committee. Committee is still in process of doing a study. As minister, I cannot supersede. That is a completely independent process of me. So as committee does this work, as they have determined, they are the ones that are in charge of determining how long the study is. They are the ones that are listening to witness. There's been a number of witnesses in place. Once that committee work is done, it goes back to the House and then we vote on it. So what that's going to look like, it's really up to the committee members. Minister is kept at distance, so I'm not able to really provide a detailed timeline or answer for the questions that were raised. But, the intention of Bill S2 was to deal with enfranchisement. We had carved out all of those applications for enfranchisement. They're in the system. They are ready to go. As much as I want to respect the work that's being done from the Senate, adding, this one parent rule amendment was something that really created a lot of complexity in the file. But we are continuing with process. We're continuing to ensure that we're, respecting the committee's right to do this work. But simultaneously at Indigenous Services Canada, as the minister, we're continuing to do the work in the second generation cutoff space. So we have two things that are in parallel that, you know, we will see what decisions come out at committee. I want to just continue with some of the questions that were raised
If we
in some
can,
of
Minister,
the other files.
if we can, Minister, only just before you move on past C2, S2, it looks like everyone has their hands up around the table here. Just a quick follow-up by Dr. Corbière.
Sure.
Miigwech. Well, thank you for the explanation about Bill S2 in the Senate, but we also did present to that Indigenous and Northern Affairs committee that you're talking about. And my understanding is that the Nicholas case was supposed to be decided by now, the middle of June. And they haven't agreed to prolonging that due date. So why is the committee not dealing with that and wanting to postpone it to the fall when the urgency is there, and to comply with the court decision that's already taken place within the Nicholas decision? So, and we are presenting to that committee as well already. And it is the one-parent rule that most of our First Nations are supporting. And that's what we are working on within the Nishnawbe Nation. And we have been doing that since 2009. And our Gimok, you know, within the Nishnawbe Nation have supported that, and we're working on it, and we will continue to make it stronger within our governance mandate.
Thank you. Chief Brissett.
Hello, Minister. I just had a question regarding the committee. Is there any Anishinaabe members on there? And what's the representation look like from Anishinaabe people?
Go ahead, Minister. Sorry, I have no more questions here, just waiting your response.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm always just waiting for the go-ahead to respond. The INAN committee actually consists of elected parliamentarians. It's an internal parliamentary committee. It is not one that external members are invited to sit on. It's parliamentarians. How it does work is that members of the public can come and provide witness and provide testimony. So it is open to as many people as the Anishinaabe Nation wishes to submit. They are called on by committee. They come and give testimony. They provide, their opinion on what is being studied. This informs the process, the parliamentary process of how a bill is to be shaped. The committee members right now are hearing testimony, and that testimony varies. There are a number of communities that have come forward that, attest that they believe in the one-parent rule. And I must also acknowledge that there's a number of communities and representatives that have come over and, been very firm in the position that they've taken, that they are the ones who determine what citizenship looks like for their nation. So I think that the committee is really trying to be transparent in their work process, that they want to hear all positions. And while one-parent rule may be something that Anishinaabe Nation wishes to pursue for their members, there are a number of communities across the country that have written to me and have testified that feel it is not the government's place to predetermine for them what citizenship looks like. So really trying to find the balance in that space. If you wish to have more information, I encourage you to go online and sign up and provide testimony at INN Committee. It is still available. I don't know if they're still accepting witnesses, to be very honest. As minister, you're from a distance of INAN Committee, but I do know they have a very long witness list because many people want to come and share their thoughts in this space. So I think this is always an interesting conversation. There's a lot of, opinion shared. Everybody feels that this is a very important topic, as I do also. But I think maybe leaving at that for now. If there are more questions, I would encourage the connection with the technical staff to respond to some of the questions around the next steps for parliamentary process. I do want to be sure that I take my remaining time to answer some of the other questions that were put forward by the members. I will go to the ATR. As I said, when we came into this space, Minister Alti and I really pushed to be sure that the ATR policy was more responsive to communities, more responsive in a way that the timeline was tighter, that we were able to, really respond to what they're asking for, and that's to have their ATRs passed as soon as possible. So we are ensuring that the target to have this change comes into place as early as this summer. We've had some provinces reach out to us and say that they're willing to test or pilot this policy change. I hope that the implementation process is going to be one that is going to really allow for us to ensure that the policy changes that we've made are going to be more conducive to the needs of community. I did have a conversation with Minister Rickford, who is interested in piloting, some of the projects, some of the processes that are needed for ATR. So I'm encouraged in this space. We do know that we are, part of the reason why ATRs are so slow, and I want to be sure that we're responding to community in a way that meets their needs. In terms of murdered and missing Indigenous women, I'm not able to respond to this question. It is an incredibly important space, but this part of the mandate lies within Minister Alti, Minister Alti's file. So I'll leave that question as that. In terms of health, I think there has been a lot of challenges in the delivery of health services throughout the country. We did, as part of Budget 2025, receive a mandate to try to modernize and transform healthcare delivery services. I've had the opportunity to do some work and really ask, how can we modernize? I think I've been really encouraged by some of the work that I've seen done out in Saskatchewan, where they have transitioned some of their services into a virtual health hub that allows for them to provide healthcare services from a distance. They serve 90 communities in the north of Saskatchewan. They are doing virtual from distance. One example is ultrasounds. Women are receiving ultrasounds in community. Community technicians are able to work remotely with a doctor. It really prevents, the need and the stress of traveling. If you're a young mom, leaving your family, leaving your kids, going for a number of days to go have an ultrasound. So there are some models that I think are very interesting out there that we need to use to transform and modernize healthcare. But right now we have to be more responsive in the immediate, having some conversations at the provincial level in terms of what we can do to interface better so that when community members are traveling from community and going to the south to receive healthcare, we're creating more efficiencies. I know that the department is preparing an action plan to be more responsive. I have actively asked my team to come forward with solutions because I am concerned about, what has been raised in the healthcare delivery space in Northern Ontario. For housing, I want to also, I didn't want to miss the component of mental health. I've asked for them to be inclusive of mental health. I'm a very big supporter of land-based healing programs. I think that this is something that really offers, our First Nations members the opportunity to find healing in a space that is aligned with who they are. So I'm very supportive in this space. Part of that action plan is looking to address that. In the housing component, we are doing the engagement work there. I want to be sure that, the decisions that are made in housing are captured. We want to give communities the opportunity to provide their input. I encourage Chief to, ensure that their community's visioning and their community's planning is incorporated as part of this. I've been working very closely with my ministerial colleague Robertson on the component of off reserve. I know that within in community, the need for housing is incredibly high, and trying to be sure that we're creating a model that is responsive to communities' members' needs, be it whether they are trying to pursue private housing, trying to ensure that we have the opportunity for social housing to be developed. Creating that frame is one step, and really trying to do some of the internal transformation at ISK. I think many of the department staff are learning what it means to have an Indigenous minister, and I do feel that, you know, I am seeing the changes necessary for people to understand that when you are dealing with First Nations communities, you are dealing with First Nations communities and not a third party that is part of the conversation. So thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you for sharing that commentary. You know, this is one of the huge spaces where I'm trying to be more strategic and having communities come together. If you have the opportunity to work regionally, it really creates a pathway where, you know, we're trying to maximize on buying power, trying to maximize on just the project management process. This is something that is quite heavy in undertaking the work that communities need to undertake. The building season is incredibly short, so really being strategic in the rollout and how we're trying to do things for me, and trying to get more of a regional portrait and really drilling down and looking at what the needs are for each community is something that I understand. But the infrastructure component, the housing component, the ATR component, they're all aligned with one another. So having that global holistic portrait is something that I've asked my team to really try to change the lens instead of a compartmentalized approach. They're looking at everything on a larger scale. In terms of the First Minister's meeting, there is some internal work that is done through the Prime Minister's office and through the PCO. Really driving in this space is the Assembly of First Nations. I've seen that they've had a number of virtual town halls in preparing for this. I'm told that the date is going to be in the fall. I don't have the specific date yet, but I know that they are actively doing work to prepare for this.
We do not have an agenda yet for that First Minister's meeting?
I don't have details on an agenda yet, but I suspect it will be a quite lengthy one. But I feel that this should be a first meeting, and that this needs to be part of a longer term conversation. You know, this is for me, this space where I think provinces do have a relationship with First Nations in service delivery, and that they need to be more actively part of that conversation. So I'm encouraged by this first step, but I want it to be something more long term.
In terms of just to follow up on the housing and infrastructure one, I'm wondering if you could maybe work with the Anishinaabe Nation on identifying those knowledge gaps that you have your staff and your consultation engaged in. Only because it's been a conversation for the last 30 years. I'm wondering, where are the knowledge gaps in terms of infrastructure and housing, and how might the Anishinaabe Nation help your staff to address those knowledge gaps and get the work completed?
Always open to working together. I think the best solutions come from really the collaboration that we have. So willing to ensure that, you know, some of these technical conversations continue with the staff.
Thank you, Minister. Just the one last one, I think, was the Water Bill 61.
Yep. As I said, you know, we're doing the work in this space. I am incredibly respectful of all of the information that people have brought forward. I want to acknowledge the work that's done in this space. You've heard the Prime Minister commit publicly. This bill will be introduced before the end of spring. And like I've said in some of my interviews, spring has sprung, but spring is not over. We still have a number of sitting days. You know, I'm waiting for the internal queue. We are in the lineup, and I'm very excited and very hopeful that, you know, in preparation for the launch of this legislation, that leadership will be able to support me in this work. It's incredibly tough space to be in, and I want to be sure that everybody is supported in the way that they need, and really just getting this legislation past the finish line. That's my priority.
Just to follow up by Chief Corbière.
Thanks for your comments, Minister. You made a comment about summer. So which summer is it that the ATRs are going to be done? That's one of my questions. And because this is an ISP problem with, we bought farmlands all around our community. They're still sitting idle for 35 years. because of the infrastructure cost that we have to do to build in, I would call them remote areas. How is your ministry going to help us pay for some of these costs because of the high cost of building in these areas, which was, I would say, caused by IS and this ATR process?
Yeah, go ahead, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. You know, some of the more complex ATR processes is what we were examining, but if you're telling me that there's something that's more technical and internal within ISK, I have staff online. I'm going to ask them to do an offline follow-up with you directly, Chief Corbière, because I'm curious and interested to hear the specificities of your ATR.
Well, that's what I said. We don't have any land. We got hectares of land around this community that is good land that we could build on. We live in a swamp. We were put in a swamp. We probably have claims against the municipality because in the day they surveyed the lands. They gave the good lands to the municipalities and gave the bad lands to the First Nation. That's a history. So how do we grow in this community, especially with the RHT that was released? You got tons of people that want to move home. It's too costly to live in the city. So we have no land for them. So sitting here every day and arguing, people arguing with shit at what's going on in this band, right? It's not our fault. It's not.
Yeah.
And so at this point, this is what I said with they should be giving us 100-acre lot so that we can start building houses on. That it's not going to jack up all the prices of what we're doing. That's the problem that we're having. And it's hard. It's getting harder and harder and harder to do this. We even had to pay for our own comprehensive community plan. We have to pay for our own subdivisions because INAC is saying we have no money. Where the government doesn't have any money, but they send millions and billions of dollars to foreign countries. It's hard to sit here and take that as a chief. So I want some answers about how you could help us in the immediate, not 2 or 3 years later when they decide they're going to finish this policy again, because they've had policy revisions already. They have. And those didn't help us one bit. Not one bit. And I'm not targeting you. I think that whole bureaucracy of what's going on at IS in regards to First Nations and it's crazy. It's hard to take anymore. It is. So see what you can do. I have a technical team from UCCM Tribal Council that's been working on I'm the tribal chair of that group, about fighting these ATRs. We have lawyers involved now that we can't sit back anymore and let this continue to happen over a 35-year period. It's crazy.
Thank you, Chief. Minister.
Thank you. You know, I want to say thank you for your comment. I know it is incredibly tough. I sense it. This is nothing personal against me. I completely get that. I'm here to try to do the work to simplify the process. Our target is for this summer. We're expecting to send out tools to partners in early June. We are trying to do something extremely substantive. Like I said, I don't know the technical details of your file. There are many ATRs. There's like thousands of ATRs across the country, but I want to really be sure that I'm responding to your question. I've asked my staff online to connect with you offline to be sure that I'm able to learn the details of your file. I get it. I know that there's been many goes at this. We took a different approach where we tried to speak directly to provinces to tell them like, hey, you need to get on board. I know historically, communities were placed in incredibly rough to build, very small, very little expansion places. We are now seeing the fruition of what that meant in terms of decision making. And it means that, you know, governments are in a place where they have to be more responsive. It is not, the onus is not on the community. You know, you did not establish a system for reservations. You are really the recipients of it. Trying to align and create opportunity for you to really advance is important to me. So we are going to, you know, offer those tools this summer. And like I said, I'll have my staff connect with you directly because I am very curious to know the details of your ATR.
Thank you, Minister. We have one more intervention by Grand Council Chief.
Miigwech, Minister, for your extended time with us today. It's really respectful and honorable of you to be able to do this. My one question is related to the First Nations Inuit policing program, the FNIPP. Understanding it's not technically your ministry. However, Public Safety Canada has failed First Nations over and over and over again. The FNIP has been designed to fail since its inception. However, that it didn't, and here we are today. I guess my question or recommendation to you is, could there be an opportunity that you receive a mandate from the Prime Minister to work collaboratively with Public Safety Canada and to revive the previous commitments that our nations have heard about designating First Nation police services as an essential service? In the Anishinaabe Nation, we have 4 self-administered police services and several communities under the OFNPA, which of course is subject to the FNIP. Public Safety Canada has been absolutely disrespectful to our nations, to our police services and their conduct. And while there are always challenges working with government, I do believe that officials have proven, the ability, the officials in your ministry have proven the ability to work better with nations, despite the obvious, positions our nations have held forever. So I'm wondering if that could be an opportunity. Our police services continue to struggle. Everything's moving at a snail's pace. And I've asked for this with previous ministers, and they always kick me over to Public Safety Canada and that ministry. And I know it's with Ananda Sangri now, but I'm wondering if there could be that opportunity, or you can seek that mandate from the Prime Minister himself to speed this along. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Grand Chief. I have had some conversations with Minister Andesangri about this part of his file. I am extremely concerned with the number of state of emergencies that we are seeing across the country, and there are a number in Ontario as well. I am concerned not only because of the number of state of emergencies, but also the level of violence that is emerging and trending with the loss of life. This is really a hard part of the file, to have to support communities that are going through. Sorry, we had a really tough one that are going through with losing their members because of absolutely unnecessary acts of violence, especially among youth. And it's really disturbing to me. And I think that, in my conversations with Minister Andesangri, he has been open to that. He has been open to having that conversation. I do think public security and policing is a very specialized area in which you have to work. In my own nation, we do have our own police force. It is extremely complex. I think First Nations policing, it does address the barriers, the cultural barriers, the language barriers. Being able to work with a police officer in your own language is a huge plus. But even in my own nation, we face those recruitment and retainment issues, and often have had to bring in outside police forces. So there's kind of, the mix and balance of what policing does. I'm open to this conversation. I'm not a no, but I'm also cognizant that policing is an extremely specialized process. It is not one that we can do the administrative, we can do the bureaucratic process. I think, we have a lot of great staff in ISK that are trying to, really capitalize on the relationships and connections they have to community. Do we have the specialization of operating a police force? I don't know. Would we be able to build that capacity if it was well funded? Yes, I think we would. Do communities want to pursue, the preparation of engaging individuals to become police officers and serve in this space? Right now, the trend nationally is there are less and less people going into policing. And that concerns me, that, launching a mandate of trying to establish police forces without the preparedness of getting individuals into these spaces. How do we align in that? I'm looking for that information. I would be more than willing to have a follow-up conversation with you. And how do you envision this? I think trying to go out and find some models of what implementation looks like is a huge part of trying to go to the PM and asking him for a mandate. Like, I could go and just ask him, but unless I have criteria that demonstrates here's how it will meet the need, here's the costing, here's how the environment is prepared to implement this mandate, the likelihood of getting a response right away is only enhanced with the information available. So I would be willing to have a follow-up conversation in that space.
That would be great, because all of the issues that you just commented on, I would argue respectfully that the four services, for self-administered services within the Anishinaabe Nation is ready. And in fact, they are going ahead and hiring these specialized services already. And what they need is that support and funding and that designation to do so. Our services do not have a problem with recruitment. In fact, they have people waiting. So perhaps the business case then would be that perhaps you highlight our territory as a more progressive one. Perhaps look at it as an initial pilot that leads to potentially essential services designation. Because quite frankly, what's happening now is that it feels like Canada is purposely delaying all this so that complete devolution occurs with the province of Ontario. And that is not going as good as people say it is. And so our nations have had these self-administered services for, basically the same amount of time as the First Nation Inuit policing program, has built capacity, but are restricted in the sense that those other pieces aren't there. So I believe that there is a significant opportunity. I welcome the conversation with you going forward in that regard, but I can't say enough how proud our nations are of our police services, and also it's our nations who are supporting our services and going outside of that box and moving their services forward because of that violence you just spoke of, because of that increase in activity. So I look forward to that future opportunity. I guess lastly, just to put it on your list of things, I don't expect a response. Namagusa-Goggin has been seeking band recognition for some time now. In our view, it's Canada that's been holding up the process, and unfortunately, they've had to extend to litigation where there's an order against Canada right now. The bureaucracy is changing the requirements, and there are times that the bureaucracy has said we need this, and then they don't know why they need it. It's pretty ridiculous if you ask me. But we were working with Minister Ananda Sangri, and then he went radio silence on us. So just to revive that conversation with you, and to put a space in there for Chief Helen Pavola in a one-on-one. So with that, I want to say Chimigwech for your time. I do know you have to go, but I want to say Chimigwech for extending your time so that you can have this discussion with our leadership, and our leadership were able to ask these questions. And I do know that there will be more to come as we work with your office to help facilitate the one-on-ones with our leadership.
Thank you. Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Miigwech Minister, and I'd like to give her a round of applause for taking the time to be with us and answering those questions. I know there's some difficult questions she has, and we have some difficult questions as well that we definitely need answers to. So Miigwech, Minister, and we'll let her go. We're just a quick update. We're not going to take a break. We're going to ask you to get up and go and when you need to grab some food, because we're hoping that by the time we get up and come back, then we're going to get right into the council. So they're going to be up next, and we're going to go forward. And I'm going to bring Dave in to introduce them to speak, and I'm going to ask them to take it away.
Sure. Bonjour, Anishna. The Honorable Dave Shauna Dishnakaz, or as my colleagues would say, Dishonorable Dave Shauna. I just thought it was appropriate. I apologize for that. We akaded nene dishnakaz moko dodam nindao kanabajin donje. Miigwech for your indulgence for the opportunity to provide a little bit of an opportunity to have your councils and commissioners to come and speak. Just regarding the councils, as you know, our team from the governance department had made a call out to the various regions, and we say Kachimiigwech to our regional chiefs that have played an instrumental role in bringing forward your council members from your regions. So we're here today to offer that opportunity to be introduced, but also to an opportunity to speak on some of the last 2 days and obviously the conversation with the minister today. So they're going to be talking, introducing themselves. Further, they're all going to be also talking about some of the principles that they're going to be engaging to support the Anishinaabe Nation, the Gimog from the various regions. So we have 6 councils that we'd like to come up to speak to you. And what will happen is just based on the time, there'll be 1 speaker from each of the councils. So Miigwech, you'll see them to my left. So, and then once the councils are done, we're going to get our Inigon Wadowad, which is your commissioners. So we have 3 commissioners that are sitting in the crowd today. So we're going to squeeze them in as well to provide some commentary to the Gimog that are on the line and those are still in the room. So I'd first like to invite our Kwewok Advisory Council. So I apologize. I know she didn't expect herself to come up to be first, but that's one of the roles you have to play as an advisory council. So we have Pam Hardy from Binjatawabik Zalgin, and she'll speak to you about the Kwewok Advisory Council, just on her role and the supportive role to the Anishinaabe Nation.
First and foremost, I do want to actually acknowledge our sacred items. I want to acknowledge the drums. I want to acknowledge the water. I want to acknowledge all those that breathe life. And I want to remind ourselves that it is those very things that guide us every day. So thank you to allowing me to speak on behalf of the Akwewig for the Advisory Council for Anishinaabe Nation. I thought a lot about this a lot last night, and I was going to be funny and tease my uncle Mel, but I won't, because I think it's important. All the roles here within the council are very important. Some questions were posed to us. One question being is, how can we support our chiefs? And what were my observations over the last couple days? And so first and foremost, I look forward, and our women look forward to meet with our regional chiefs, to sit down to prioritize the needs within our areas, and to also come up with a way to understand as to how can we link each other. How can we be a support to you, and how can you be a support to us? I was also asked to share a little bit about myself, which I can do that. I can tell you that, I spent many years in the justice advocating for youth and adults who are in conflict with the law. I could tell you I've spent many years advocating at those education tables for our students. I can tell you that I advocate for those women and those children to allow them a space to bring their babies in with their bundle. But I think what's important is I thought of a role as a woman and the role that we have as water carriers, and how spiritually we can support the chiefs here. Over the last few days, there's been so much information, which has also caused so much confusion. In the sense that there's so much going on. We've got computers going, we've got cell phones going, we've got side conversations, and we got some important conversations as well. Very important. And I almost felt like we were rushed at times to get our points across. And sometimes when we rush, and to get our point across, we miss things and we steer ourselves in the wrong direction. So today, I do want to put the message out that we are here. We are here to not just take care of you physically, but we were here to provide that observation and to support you in that way. So as I would with my children, as I would with my grandchildren and my family, I'd like to sing to you today. And I'd like for it to ground you, to let you know that when it gets heavy, reach out to each other. And when it gets heavy, plant your feet on the ground, to quieten yourself, to remind yourself who you are and where you come from, to remind you of the totem that you carry and the roles that you carry, and that we do things in a good way, and that sometimes we are able to defer things when it's in the best, when it works best for us, when it works best for Anishinaabeg Nation. This song is Nikanis, Nikani, my sisters, and I'm calling out to the grandmothers to help, to allow us that time to settle our minds. We may not like everything that we hear, but that's okay. Sit on it before we react. Nikanes, oh Nikanes, Gijwe Nimiko, Nikanes, oh Nikanes, Gijwe Nimiko, Nikanes, oh Nikanes, Gijwe Nimiko, Nikanes, oh Nikanes, Nikanes, oh Nikanes, Gijwe Nimiko, Nikanes, oh Nikanes, Gijwe Nimiko, Nikanes, oh Nikanes, Gijwe Nimiko, Nikanes, oh Nikanes. Miigwech, everyone. Prayer, song is prayer. And if you can't sing those songs, dance to it. Allow your body to connect to it. Allow those words to take care of yourselves and allow that connection to spirit. Miigwech.
Now, Kichimiigwech, Pam. So the next council that we'd like to bring up to the microphone is from the Nijaadzawuk. That's our, so Joshua Leclerc will be coming to speak to the circle here. Miigwech.
Nana Bojoga Kanoia. Wow. Okay. Miigwech for that song, beautiful song. I needed that grounding. I just want to say miigwech to one of my teachers, Pamela Hardy. So much of what she shared is teachings that I carry as well. Okay. Kiwedani Kamiganak Nindishnakas, Makwando Dam, Bitagon Nishna Bay and Donjiba, Ni Nishmana Doak and Nishna Bay and Nene. I am from Bictagon National Bay, Pick River First Nation, and I'm here joining the I'm also reclaiming my language, Nijaadzawuk Advisory Council for the Northern Region. I got to be the new one for one day, and then someone new joined our circle the following day, and that was Miss Pam. And I also want to acknowledge Chimigwech to Regional Chief Mel Hardy for reaching out to me and asking my interest in this work. In my community, I have been leading and talking to about Two Spirit Lives Matter. This June 13th, we celebrate our 7th Res Pride celebrations in our community on the First Nation. We are probably one of the first leading this in Northwestern Ontario. And it started with me just putting on little shorts, tank top, and a sign that said Two Spirit Lives Matter with Lady Gaga, Born This Way, and aside. And I skipped and hollered at everyone who would listen at me around the reserve that Two Spirit Lives Matter. As I started that work, I also had one of my elders and teachers who always lived in her truth, my teacher, Noshe Doreen Moses from Biktagon Anishinaabe. When I say I survived the reserve, trust I know what that means. When you're two-spirit on the reserve, queer, different, you become a target. We are some of the most vulnerable ones in our communities, both in community and in the cities. So me, as an Anishinaabe man, I know I have a duty and role in this work. My father used to talk about being a warrior and always for the people. And I think that came from our teachings from Bear Clan. He was always for the people. And I try and live with these teachings that I learned in my life while he was here with us. I also want to acknowledge my co-counselors of the Nijwadsawit Council, Miss Heidi Wetong and Mr. Aaron Bowerman. So our council's name is Two Spirit, Two Hearts. I notice I'm touching my heart as I speak. And one of the teachings we got from our elders here, Richard Sinaway, yesterday, was the difference in how when we talk in our language and when we speak this language that I'm speaking to you. You know, this language I'm speaking to you right now is only 500 years old, and it's coming from here, then down here. But when we're in Anishinaabe, when all our minds are, we're speaking from our heart, and it's coming up here. And this messages and these words that I'm sharing, they would be different depending how what I was thinking with my heart or my feeling with, thinking with my head or feeling with my heart. So some of the things that we hope to do on our council is work with the nations, all the nations across Anishinaabe Nation. I know some of the new conversation and queer work, two-spirit work is around pronoun discussions. Some of us were unsure of what to use. Some of us are still learning. And if you look at the acronym, 2SLGBTQQAI+. Oh, wow, that's a lot of people for one word. And I want to share some of the teachings in our two-spirit ways. You know, we only got male and female in this English language, but in our language, we have Nabe and Noje, and it's a spectrum. The old bringing this up is because all the language, all the answers to everything that we've talked about this weekend is in our language, Anishinaabemoan. And I highlight our discussion about MMIW yesterday. We were all about the acronyms, this, that, and then someone finally said it. It was a word in the language that captured it all. So easy. I wish I could recall it right now. Endembedegajigit, those who belong. See how beautiful that is in Anishinaabemoan? So I call upon all of us to reclaim your language. It's in your blood. No more intergenerational trauma. We have blood memory. It's in our heart. It's in your blood. So with this, at this work, at this nation building, the two-spirit work is decolonization work. Decolonization work is nation building work. And in this nation building of all of our nations, it's going to be a great homecoming for two-spirit people, for the women, for the men. We've been working on bringing our children home. I'm wearing this tie here of an elder from out west. His name is Elmer Cashane from Saugeen First Nation. He always talked about doing it for the little ones. And that's exactly why we're doing this meeting right now. So like my teacher earlier said, song is prayer. And I brought my rattle here to share with the group about this homecoming. And this homecoming is always talking about our mother. This sound is what we heard when we were all born and came to this world. Is what we will hear when we are called back. The old ones would have quartz stones in there, and you'd see the thunderbirds beautifully. So I'm going to close my speaking with the song and prayer and share with everyone here listening. Way-ya, hey-ya. Way-ya, hey-ya, yo. Way-ya, way-ha, yo. Way-ya, way-ha, yo. Dije manito, wea wehayo, wea wehayo, wea heya. Way-ya, hey-ya, yo. Way-ya, way-ha, yo. Way-ya, way-ha, yo. Venecia, wea wehayo, wea wehayo, wea heya. Way-ya, hey-ya, yo. Way-ya, way-ha, yo. Way-ya, way-ha, yo. Ikwe mi enibe kenakajitoyan Weya heya Weya heya yo Weya weha yo Weya weha yo no hokomes Weya weha yo Aha, chimigwech, chimigwech, chimigwech.
Comes right down that song.
No, good miigwech, Joshua. So we next group we'd like to invite up is the Eshkanijic, and Pierre Dewasigi is in a mentor role in support to our Eshkanijic. So we've asked him to come and speak and support our Eshkanijic that have been appointed or selected from each of the regions now.
Chimigwech. Ani Kinoya, Nigan Zitnim Kibines Dijnakas Dicto Dem Chiging Donjaba. And as the Honorable Dave mentioned, that I am in a youth mentorship role, and I'm going to take one of my favorite late friends, the late Tom Bursett. So I'm going to use his words here. I'm going to get right into the brass tacks of things. So as I name off of the Eshkanijic Council, I want him to stand up over there. So William Jackson, he's from the Southwest region. I'm going to throw him on the spot. Rena Wawea, she's the Robinson Superior Rep. And Daenerys Sear from the Lake Huron region. The Southeast is still currently confirming their rep as well. So any of the chiefs from these regions that are here and present, the Youth Council have asked if you're able to later on before we go bum on Pequawabman to come and meet them. As well as I want to acknowledge a very special group of young men that are here, that have been here since day one and have always been on time. They sang amazing songs. So I'm going to ask the youth drum group from Red Rock to Nani Buin to stand up. And I want all of us here to give them a big round of applause. Right on, Shimigwech. I know they sang some very beautiful and wonderful songs throughout our assembly. It's amazing to see that these young men here are carrying on traditions that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years since time immemorial. As I mentioned, I'm the youth mentor, but I know Laughter's Medicine and the Youth Council, the current standing Youth Council here, have labeled me a youth elder. I don't know how I feel about that yet, but we're gonna run with it for a while. So how the Eshkanijic Council can support the chiefs and assemblies. If there's any sort of resolutions or wording that our Gimok and Ogimokwe need help with, always go to our young people. They are here. They're the ones in our communities. And I'm going to tease them. They're probably still running around and playing in ditches back home. But I know these wonderful young people here have amazing careers. I know one's a welder. One is currently in politics and sits on many different boards back home. So they have a lot to offer our leadership. And, I've always pushed it for a long time that, our young people are important. We've always heard that term. I know I've always heard that term of our youth are our leaders of tomorrow. And I never really agreed with that term. We're here now, we're sitting around these tables. Our young people are leaders of today right now. So I just want to, and I know as some ministers and I've heard many presenters, I'm going to be cognizant of time here. And I just want to say, Chimigwech for allowing our young people to be here, be in these spaces. And I do have to say, sitting with the nation councils, and I know a lot of our grandmothers and our grandfathers over there, Ninawog, I know they always too say laughter is medicine. And I want to iterate what Betsy said to me yesterday. As they were passing out resolutions, I was sitting with the nation council, sitting at the table, and they kept handing me resolutions. And I'm like, I don't sit on the youth council anymore. And Betsy told me, just because you had one foot out the door doesn't mean you were out the door completely. We can still bring you back, and I'm back here again. So I just want to say Chimigwech for allowing me to talk about our young people and our nation councils. So Chimigwech, I'm going to pass it back on to the Honorable Dave here and introduce the next nation council. Chimigwech.
I think that title's going to stick with me. Not bad, not bad. Miigwech, Pierre. Aho. Machtada. Okay, so we're going to ask the Ninawac Advisory Council rep to come up, and Jack Trudeau from Ganabajin.
Hey, Jack. Ani bonjour, Jean-Baptiste de Chicago, Ganabajin Donjaba, Kigo Devadem. First of all, I just want to say I'm really happy to be here. A lot of you know I'm usually here and wonder, what does he do here? And sometimes I wonder that too. But along with all that stuff that's going on here and around First Nations, I was nominated and asked to be on the Ninawac Council, not knowing what it all meant, by our regional chief at the time, so that's before Scott. And I said, sure, what do we do? He said, go to the meeting, find out, so, and be there. So that was part of my first encounter with the Ninawac. So basically, you know, as a leader, I was told to show up. So and then I heard later that 90% of leadership is just showing up, and that you're there and you're supporting our leaders and our communities and showing your leadership as an example. So, and as far as my role, I'll continue to do that, to show support for our communities and for our council, and to be an example. I've learned a lot in the past couple of years just from simple things by going to sunrise ceremony and learning about our history and about our language and about our customs. And one thing that I learned from Gitsit is that one conference I did attend, we were talking about water. And he said, you know what you should do every day before you get up, before you have your cup of coffee, is drink a glass of water, because water is life, and to drink that. And then you'll feel better, and then it'll cleanse your body, and then you can have your cup of coffee and do whatever you do. So being that attentive, I thought, I'm going to try that. So I did it for maybe a week, maybe 10 days, but I found out after a while it became a habit. So when I get up, have a glass of water, feel better, and that's how it's almost like a little ceremony. When if you think about it, just do that, and that'll be acknowledge the water and its role and its importance in your functions in your life. So that was one thing I learned. That was a year ago, and I'm really happy that that's happened. So that's just one of the things that, you know, I was just thinking of what do I how do I help the council? I've got a lot of experience in different roles and different jobs. I started working, you know, I raised a family, and I started working in steel mills, and then I went to First Nations policing. Back in the day, you know, I was part of the what they call the OGs, or the original Anishinaabe Nation Police Service, and there was only 4 detachments at the time. So, you know, I worked with a lot of the old fellows that are not with us now. In my area was Frank Chabadis, and a lot of people from Curve Lake and Garden River. And all these officers that came, and I've seen over the years that came and went, and they're, you know, in leadership now, but worked with our communities. I must say that they're, if they worked 20 years or 10 years in First Nations policing, they have to be, you know, sort of praised in the sense of, you know, like 20 years in First Nations policing is like 35 or 40 years in regular policing, because we worked hard, and we did a lot of work for our communities, and short-staffed and understaffed and all these things, that deficiencies over the years, we're still fighting. Like in 1983, I came on, and it's not really changed. So I'm glad that the fight and some actions are taken by the police, and enough is enough. We can, by the community. It's saying our police services need the funding, they need the resources to be effective. Our people need it, and the people want it, and then we want to give it to them. So anyway, miigwech, and I'm going to say a shout out to the chiefs, and I'm looking forward to meeting Mr. Tuba from Superior, who is going to be announced, I guess. But I want to say to Darren Henry, Darren, you were going to say something, but you can just stand and say he's my new colleague, and we're going to do a lot of good things together. And with Mr. Cuoco, I met in our training, and I think, who's the other one? That's it, I guess. Yeah, that's great. There's 4 of us. Oh, well, miigwech. Yeah. Great.
Miigwech, Jack. So out of respect, we want to make sure. Okay, all right. So it was a toss-up between our Gokmasak or our Getskajik. So we've decided that appropriately we should go with our Gokmasak. So we have asked Evelyn Stone to come up and say a few words on behalf of the Gokmasak. Let's give her a round of applause.
Ani Bojo, Miniam Kibenesha Kwedeznakas. You know, I was just asked if I still wanted to come up and speak. But if you know Evelyn Stone, she always has 2 cents to say. I've been in the world of politics for the last 45 years. I am a leader in community for our culture, our traditions and teachings, and being with community. So I don't have much to say, but you know what? After walking this ladder, and now I'm pretty much up there, according to the Anishinaabe Nation. I'm still a young Czech. But anyway, I just want to say I really enjoy coming here. Over the past 2 years, it's been a lot of grief. I lost my son, I lost my nephew, I lost my cousin. Last week we were in the Sault Ste. Marie. My mom was sick and she got a pacemaker. And then my brother has cancer now, so I've been helping him, taking care of his paperwork. And then he tells me that there's another mark that they seen in his last testing. So you know what? I was thinking I wasn't going to come. But then I thought, where I get energy from my brothers and sisters who sit at the Nations Council. Those brothers and sisters that lead us at this table. For our brothers, our sisters, our tools that we have. Nebe. This gives me the courage to continue whatever tomorrow brings. But I'd also like to mention, when we're talking about leadership, I know in our community, we are so much more in tune when we're visible. This way of this smoke signal, I don't like it. I don't carry a cell phone, and I don't think I ever will. You want to get a hold of me, you'll come and talk to me face to face. That is where it comes from the heart when we have to share. When we listen to what is shared from our communities. And if we're going to walk as one family, we need to do that. And I think the next time that there's meetings going on, I'd like to see these tables in a circle. You know, but I'd rather see sitting outside talking to the fire, sitting around that fire. But if this is the way we have to do it, let's be in a circle. Let's offer that tobacco every morning for our brothers and sisters that come and be with us during these meetings, for our helpers who lead us along the way each day, to give thanks, to have gratitude. So my vision is, if we see our Benojis, we'll see also. And then when we hear things from different First Nations, let's listen, because we carry all of those things in our communities also. But if we walk in peace and love and trust and faith in each other from each of those directions, we will be good. I do have a lot of comments about all of this, what people were saying on these Zoom things, but I'll just leave it at that. And I'd like to say miigwech for receiving the Eagle Feather the other night. I'm very honored. Us, you know, as leaders in communities, it's nice to be appreciated once in a while. And I think like 4 times this year I've been appreciated at the work that I do. So I'm proud of myself too. Miigwech.
Miigwech. So we're going to invite the last of our council's reps to come up or speak, and that is Andrea Onabagon from Long Lake number 58. Oh. Did you want the mic?
Five minutes? I wrote my big speech here in the Anishinaabe one. Oh, bonjour, Kinawea. Jibo Machtan, ni Makwen Manongom where Donna Debaski, Itesjik, Mogawin Yasi, I think her, one of her gusten is graduating and had to be at a graduation. So I'd like to acknowledge Makwenma Donna Debaski. So me this no me mo is a ni buyan. Council, the youth, I would like to say Chimigwech. Kinege go na gi the badge gade mo. So that means I could leave now. I said, everything already was said here. I don't have to say anything more. Okay. So, Bojo Anin, the way Magnedok. Anishinaabe, Dishnakazwan, Wabanong Akwe, Morning Star. Wapske Nakazwan, Andrea Onabagon. Long Lake 58 Ndonji. Miago Dish Kiasaging the Bendagos. Makwa Ndodem. That is my clan, Makwa. Mien do the Moat the way Makok. Mienin is Jigean Nongom. Mashkiki Pene Nimoj Gananen. Awege, Nuido Kage. Gispin we gwedge magwan, gegon de Ishchigeang, and Nishnabe Kang, Yewe Gado the Mang. Chinishnabek, Gispin we gwedge magwan, Jejatoan, Nibi Shabo, Ye Rojiton, and Gamina. We do Kagewan. Mi je doce gade kwe. Omoa. Gegun wewena je ishe sek. Je wido kazyang omoa. Anishinaabe nation gajin kade. Mi dish nongo meje nam de bian. Gites jek. Mi genin eje kino maguan. Wa eje dodaman omoa. Anishinaabe kang. You know, basic gegon gidap nanama. Or basic nisso gegonen. Nitim gadap nam gaganoam daman is nibe. Aje gi aje kina gigagi gdo goen nibe. Chige gon we nibe gajin kadek. Mie we eje bemad zing. Eje bemad zananong. Mie dish minoa. Unie ajin kadek Ganishnaabema. Gawapskim dike. Me is it the Bajikadek reintroduction of First Nation drinking water legislation. Oh. Me put the Nagjatoing away. Nibe. Niwe kina bimadzuwen. This is life. Nation. Relationship building with Canada Waterway Agency. Yeah. Mie gajan on the man bijinaga. Gigagi gdoat o gimak mo gayawat. Mano the kidok. Mano. Let it be said. Yiddish. Minwa wa igdian. Mimo is yaing Gichigaming region. Superior Chiefs. Owe Mel Hardy. Okay, Shayatoe. Migi Maja. Well, Mel Hardy. Mig Dian Nongum. Minasap. Minasap Gary. The Ojetomen. Chinak Negewan. Nasa puts the Giwe doing amo. Gajadaang. Amo Superior Region. Ichigaming. Mia kinawik mo gayawat nongum Superior Region. Giwinwa jawido kazwat. Wewena jaminin sek. Owe gajadaing. Mia Commissioner Barb Nolan, Mimi Gwecha, Wewena is a Nokit, Kinamot, is a Kinomaget, Anishnabem one. Chigegon Gewen, Nishnabem one. Miigwech Barbara, Chimiigwech. So me again is a Kunoma Goan we Chinak Nege one. The Pigash Beyan Ama Nijo Bonaja. Me nongom is a Kendaman is a Dojagadek. Yeah, go. Owemas Negan. Ningo the way one goes it and Nishnabe. Chigegon away. Kinagegon more Jabiga de is a do the monk. You know one. The Benjiget Gisan Nishnaben a king. Minowad Zoen. Me this more gay as Jabiga de. Kinagegon more gatek. Skode nebe a ke. No then. Me this way is a nog the wind among Mampi Skak Magang. Mama a ke. Me is a biga de more. Sinishna big kenda na wa is a do the moat away the mads win. Gina one poach the object wing away. Me know I squatch walkie the anima. There's a we spent penig against God there more. But away a squatch is a biga de more. Kamana den dana gabe jewebek. Minoa nongom wa is webek. Minoa gaba wa is webek. That is saying we respect and honor the past, the present, and the future. Me this way, me John Sananik, Jamakwenda Nawa, the Jamakwendaman. Me nongom this where's my notes? Sorry, guys. Okay, Arsen giket kinege gon gimin gozmenda nagjitoing away. Mama ekye. Minoadish. Me de wa squatch wa kidya. Me Johnson anek ge nosek ge ana kobachinek. Poach the makwenda now. When I gave you no jabad so yeah. Miigwech.
Well, I just wanted to say Chimiigwech to those that have come up here to speak on the mic. And as you can tell, lots of good spirit. So I just want to say that to the Gimog, you're in good hands. You got good council members that are going to be there for you in the tough decisions as you go forward. So you saw Rhonda walk through it was appropriate to recognize her because without her support coming to the regions And over the years, helping our nation councils to be here safely in their rooms. She tucks them in, that sort of stuff. No, just kidding. But she certainly should be acknowledged for all her work. And so as you can tell from the screen behind me, we're very close to having a full complement of all the councils. So very unique, very important that's come from the region. So we're going to get there. We're going to continue to work with the councils. We're going to have individual meetings to talk about DODMs, basically responsibilities that go to departments. I know we have the Anishinaabe Nation. There's lots of important decisions that came out of the last 2 days and resolutions. So your councils are going to provide advice and support on those decisions. So we're going to sit with them, determine their DODMs, their strengths. I heard some of that today. So this is your council, or council members. I just want to say Kachimigwech. Okay, so I know we're getting close to lunch hour because I can hear one of the commissioner's stomach growling in the back, or maybe that's mine. So our Inigan Wadud. So we're going to ask Anishinaabe Muan Inigan Wadud, Barbara Nolan, to come up and say a few words. So I'm wondering if the other commissioners can come and have a seat in the front as well. Miigwech.
Oh, she's my Jesus. Manam jignan manam.
Now, non dwip. Now, Chimigwech, Andrea Onabagan. Kinishnabe mien gegagomoshke, Mami Quen men. Now, Eshkibit Goshnaj and the Osnaga. Migwet hibit Mampigi Bashanigan. Wape gigit. Nagi win magesi is nakazia magesh gamuya pi. Migati besagia, give it non getonia. When I arrived here on Tuesday morning, I just barreled up here. He said, well, you have to talk. So I barreled up here. I didn't even introduce myself. Just right into it. Anyway, nee, there's dan genish and the walking tam shrigonga migwechwak. Nee, but na, ea chekoma. O migwech kinan denak mampi and ki tage check. Migwech ki taught man the Grand Council Assembly as nakadek. Kinugan the gemak, chigemak. We debat tamwat nonchkego debatana. Mino manda gishin kade en sabej gong nishnabek en sabej goin. Panego ni igdo jikiringo banda. Jagnashi ski jagnashi shidgade swigo en kajin kadamwat manda. We are always connected through our way of life. We are one people. We are one nation. Yijin kade. Mishmanlagi nishnabe sijgade deshmande sebejgung nishnabe. Migwech degen. Abitochek. Abchenishin matstang. Jimatstang man the kishebanamang. Chikishep. Gises chibobi Jibobizagiat, Jibobibabidabang. It's always good to start with ceremony. Even if it's just a meeting, even if it's just a small ceremony, you don't have to have a big elaborate ceremony, but just a small ceremony. You start in ceremony, your meeting will be good, and you will end it good. Aptishkungit chapiten dan manda ikishep idamaing bidabang. Shebawi go gaing gishasi. Richard Shimigwech, Abish Richard Kanishat. Abish Davidic Richard Sinaway Shimigwech. Migwech Pam Hardy. Ginagamiad. And next long gim na ta nagamoen. Minon Joshua Leclerc gave Ginagamat. Es nagi nishin nishin mandan de gim nignom dan. Minon maba Andrea Nabagan. Ginishnabe ma ta pichin waban no giked mama banishnabe mat. Samu mi ushan da gikano magse memam pe lakehead giked mama ba meosha eko kedmak. Minodish migwech ndeket giaskabwit huek giaskabwit tadmek manda nishnabe when nanan nuewin nakunigewin wanishuebak migwech. So thank you for supporting the Anishinaabe when 5-year language plan. Ni gandenap me. Ni we machi nakit mang manda. Minawi which nakim mangit kundak maknegad minadesh kinomad swin education body. We do kademe Asian sihang ni we do kamang manda we shoebak. Ni dash migwech temagak Nishnaabe Moin department. Migwech temagak we. Migwech temagak wanchina kiageni we china kimwa enigan aniga. Omanda. Mampi kadmusinigas. And kit machik we abzi tong Nishnaabe Moin. And that's within our Anishinaabe Moin department. And that means those who work towards revitalizing Anishinaabe Moin. And that's what our committee does there, you know, and so we'll be moving forward to work with that. Nonchkego winak magak, we nonchkego winak magasyang. Minoni winabasi magak mandak dinoyonena. But I have a whole thing here that I want to say. And I know did you say your belly was, somebody's belly was, you know. But I wanted to share this. It's one page, but I want to try and go fast. Now, kishpin week ken mang washing abdek weekend na gaben jabaing. Kwen makwe kishpin we can mang wadnishing nigad wadnishing. If we know where we are going, abdek kenda na gaben jabaing. We must know where we came from. And abdek maba shike mage makanak kwikino mana abdek kwi maba makanak nengat maba masse nengat I maba get in not when we go the mat kamagade set or the miklang when it's crossing the road maybe I think he just takes his time. Maba makanak. But we have to be like the turtle. Kishpin gego de eni sanak temgak. Maba kaden sun bin gatonan. Ginago niwin and kaden sun bin gatonan. Mandiga gun dip pinagatut. Pinching sha o. Maba maknak. Maga mashika. So you must be like him. When there's danger out there, yishpin niza nakoda. Sagji. Abde kabin gama. So we must go within ourselves. Look after ourselves. Now, apishka yain. Where were we in the beginning? Apishka yain. Now, kina gdinwendag dinanik kionanik. We had all our relations. Kinogo. We had them. We opchigogi batinok. Kinogo bemadzijik bemadzimagak. Eshingo do degizing. Family. Ke kiana. Ki batinto na ke. Kinogo manda ke kinwegi bendana. We owned all this land. Nebe. But we didn't look at it as owning the land. We believed, our belief systems were different between us and the Yapshkiachik. We looked to it as the Creator gave us everything we needed to survive on this earth. Mampiking. Kenowa. We had spirit. Apchigo kide buen dame manda emnitong kinegego mnitoed. Maba mignatic nitowe. Degan nitowe. There's all kinds of things that have spirit. Ginwege, ginwe. Gdan kubchignanik kide buen dame yat. Mampi. Ba yao nishke muebza. Our ancestors just flew by. But they do. When the thunder's beings come, those are our ancestors. Sometimes they're not so loud. I go up to be where the Siokondak. Not on no sugar up to chutok. When they're like that, kondak nimkik. When they make a big racket and they might strike and they're just angry. That is a wake-up call for us to wake up. Look at your lives. Look at those people around you. Look at your reserve. That was in a big thunderstorm. I was in North Bay a couple weeks ago. And there was a storm. I had never seen it like that before. That was a wake-up call for all that were in that area. We had our own way of life. We could survive. We could hunt, we could fish, we could eat. We had everything there. We had our own art. Not just the drawing, but we had the carving, we had, out of wood. We had all that. We had our own, our own government, our own way of government. We had our own laws. We had our own values and beliefs. That's what we had. Everything was intact. Oh, one more thing that we had. Who can tell me? Spirituality. There's one important thing we had. We had language. How we sounded. Like we could tell who's from Curve Lake. We can tell they're from Curve. I can tell they're from Curve Lake by the way they sound. I can tell they're from Nipissing by the way they sound. So we had our own sound. Anyway, we had that. What happened? Change started in 1492, and you know all about that. Okay? Change started gradually. It gradually started to change. from 1492 to now. Onishkajweba. Gibib not chigade kinegego eamang. Disruption of our way of life, of all what I talked about earlier, what we had. Gibib not chigade kinegego. Kadishkiabe, we not seeing weginendaksino. Disruption and discontinuation of the way we used to be. Mi wegashrebak. Disruption of our way of life. Not seeing. Not chigade. God nanjiging, how we ate, what we ate. That's all changed. God in not seeing how we lived. How we spoke. God shigigdain. Kiduego. Neither shegi not magem got undak chigemak. Okay, the settlers. They came and came and came. They wouldn't stop coming, you know. And they're still coming. But so that's the disruption that happened. And it's still trying to disrupt who we are as Anishinaabe people. Mandadishki Kedawoya. Oh yeah, and the residential schools played a big part. That's the government. We know the one that Chigamak, Ginakunigio, to Wundak Nishnabek, Kansananik Wundak. We have to kill the Indian in the Indian. Abdeko. Mandadish Guyagi Keda. Gishpin Guya ni Winsat, Maga Bematsijik Winsadwa, Abdek Kamak Enweat. Abdeko. The best way to eliminate a people is to take away their language by elimination and destroying their language. That's what happened. Now we're working so hard, those of us in language, we're working so hard to revitalize. Abdek niap kwidap nanan inwe. Nen kinagwa. Not seeing. So where are we today? Abish nangoyang. I have a book, an old book. It's called The Grieving Indian. It's, I don't know how old it is or when it was written, but you should try and get hold of that book, The Grieving Indian. Yeah, but we're still there. Some of our actions, the way we behave, we could say it's grief. We're in this loss cycle or this grieving cycle. Okay? Oh, I don't believe that happened. Well, why not? We don't have our language. You got to believe it was taken away. So we're trying to break that cycle. And you might as well say we are still in trauma as a whole. We are still in trauma. So we have to rebuild abdek kuyanch tona abdek kuyanch matzip tona ni ganachtoing dinuendagananek eshingotodegesing ke nebe kinuego nido siwed. We have to rebuild our relationships. All those things that I named that we lost. We have to try and take them back. And I see a lot coming back. We have Nishkegundak. I saw some headdresses, or what do you call them? Bonnets. I said, where's my bonnet? Nobody gave me a bonnet. You too, eh? Yeah. You know, but let's use or display what we have. Let's, like, I'm happy to see you on the Mignatagok. And every community next year should bring their Mignatic instead of the flags. So, what do we hope for the future? Abdek nyap nandan kinegego kuidap nananen. Abdek denuew nena nyap kuidap nana. Abdek ke kuidap nana nyap. Mina kinoe ni kaminjada na gebemad suinina. I'll let you sort of translate that. So we want language and culture back. We want to create speakers, and that's my mission, my own. I'm trying to create speakers. How am I going to do that? How am I going to reach all these 39 communities? That's why I started doing the videos, the children's videos I showed about 3 years ago in Sudbury. I showed you, and I was so happy that day because it's the first 2 videos that I showed that were online. And those are for the kids. And they're for the kids in you. Because lots of adults are watching the videos. Well, I want to learn some language. So they go home and watch the cartoons. But I switched. I used to have a website, and we turned down the website, and we put all those videos on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube, go to picture and click that picture, and it'll take you to the other website with the not the animated ones. So language is identity. Language contains ni manda eje kendasyam enendamang. It contains our wisdom. Minwa ke. You know, I heard land-based learning kidok. I'm gonna go and see, check it out. What's land-based learning? So here the kids were cutting up the fish, cleaning up the fish. They must have gone fishing or something, and they were working. Like the school is actually doing these things with the kids. They're counting stones. They're in the mud, you know. And I thought, geez, that's how I grew up. I had land-based learning. All your elders here who grew up like I did, we had land-based learning. So we are land-based experts. So you could go to your place and say, hey, let's have land-based learning here and take our kids outside. You won't have no problems. Our kids are not used to being in a full, like here. Well, I wish we had a big dome here and we could see outside what's going on out there. Hey, be nice. But we're in this structure building here. Miwe, 95% of our people in many communities do not speak the language. Many hesitate to speak their language. They're scared. Manjidik. So let's try and stir them up so that we can revitalize that language, so we can have that language back in our culture, our ways. Now, I went way over my 2 minutes, I think. Miigwech. Oh, my little, oh, I'm back.
No, miigwech, Barb, and Isidore, miigwech for your translations of Barb's important message. I just want to clarify what, yeah. I just want to clarify that what you heard, that noise, it wasn't my stomach growling, it was actually a plane going over, so. So we have Dr. Jeanette Corbier-Laval, our Nigan Wooded, Ednok Nagawan, Edabin Dazajik, Daka. So I'll give her a chance to say a few words, and we have our commissioner, Patrick Madawi, just to, I realize that we're a little short on time, so we'll, if I need to be kicked in the shin because, but I understand that we want to have some medium as well. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Miigwech ke wanda kinagagi gitachik. No any just haven't got mampi. Miigwech and minim kinagi bujaik mampi. We was in the make we not kinigay commander. One just again. Which miigwech and mark when the gets the chick, eshkinigje. Mainly get one the kimak. Me wanda got another migas what we not kinigay out manda. One is so I just want to thank all of you to being here and our elders and our young people and especially our leaders, our leadership. They're our key people as we move forward. So on that basis, I had some information here to share with you in my role as the the Commissioner on Citizenship. There is a report in your binder, but there are some other key aspects that I would like to share with you, and I know we're short on time, but I guess number one to share this here. This is the scroll that we brought into place last year at our AGA. And it is part of our bundle of the Anishinaabe Nation. And it contains our declaration on our Edabendawsajiknaknigewen, which is our citizenship law. So all the elements and the work that we have done in thinking about who we are as a people, what have we done in the past in terms of our traditions? What did our people do for governance? Well, we have looked at that, and it is part of our moving forward. So we are having some workshops that are going to be helping and assisting our First Nations at the community level. So we had 2 virtual sessions already, and we're planning 2 more. And you're all invited to go to our Anishinaabe Nation website where we will be explaining the work that we're doing in Edabendawsajik. And I'm sure you all know Edabendawsajik refers to those who belong. And that came from our own leadership many years ago in 2009. And that's when we started this whole reclaiming our own governance. And just to share with you, Pat is the one who got me into all this even before 2009. So here I am many, many years later. But I am really feeling good about the work that we have done in the Anishinaabe Nation. And I came prepared to share different aspects of our work, thanks to my colleague and friend, Mary Laurent, who I'm so pleased is still helping me deal with getting all that information from our people, hearing their voices, and putting it into looking at our governance. So apologies, Mary, but I'll have to cut this short just because of schedules. And I'll have to let Pat speak too. But just to say that we have those 2 virtual workshops that are coming up, and you can all log on. And the more people that can listen to that, the better. So we did do 2 already. One with Anishinaabe Clans with Dr. Alan O.J. Corbier, and another one coming up, it's going to be on identity and belonging Beyond the Indian Act with Dr. Damian Lee. And Damian Lee is one of the members of the Fort William Reserve here, and he is done quite a bit of research and work, so that'll be very interesting. He's doing that on June 18th as the framework for First Nation citizenship laws, which is going to be including an operational law and sample clauses around hard issues such as eligibility. And I know we are dealing with that at our First Nations, but let me see what else was I going to share with you. Oh, the other big thing is on August 19th, 20th in Rama First Nation, we're going to be hosting a Chiefs and any of our people who are working on citizenship or on membership portfolios or staff to attend. Please join us. And the objective of that two-day gathering is to develop an outline for your First Nations Edbendavsijiknaknigewan. So really like to see you there, so please come, and it'll be a good opportunity to really have a good hands-on and get right into designing our own governance law. So, Bijak, can watch it me, so please come, we will visit, and we will start talking about our own our own citizenship laws. So, as I said, I did have some other aspect, but floor is all yours now, Pat. Miigwech.
Last but not least, Patrick Madabi.
Bonjour, Kanawea. We da said there's no cast on the common we do missing don't jaba, because I do them. I acknowledge all the sacred items, and I was so moved and pleased with the singing of the various Nation Council members that got up here that I was tempted to try and get up and sing as well, but my voice is so terrible. So I went over in the corner and did a solo, so low that nobody could hear it. You know, I heard some strong words from our leadership here. You know, right at the start, our Grand Council Chief and our Deputy Grand Council Chief and you chiefs have been talking very strong. And it really made me think of how I should frame my talk today. And basically, I'm going to start with this. We haven't come this far to only go this far. You know, I've been coming to these meetings and have been involved with the Anishinaabe Nation for 51 years now, starting in 1975. But I was also involved on First Nation issues closer to home, you know, since the late 1960s. And I was privileged to see bold, intelligent, dynamic leadership that had led the charge on First Nations issues at every level. And the Anishinaabe Nation has continued to lead the way. There are a handful of us from those days, decades ago, that learned from your leaders from every region. We were honored to be in leaderships ourselves. And for example, Chief Joe Muskokman spoke of the days where we crisscrossed the country doing these ministerial meetings leading up to the constitutional talks. And we also went over to England several times to battle for our rights. You know, I've heard chiefs say over 50 years ago that we absolutely have to get out of the Indian Act and this crown control that we've been under. We fought off the 69 white paper that was trying to assimilate us. We fought for our rights in the Constitution, in UNDRIP, the federal attempts to municipalize our communities, and countless other battles. Every time on most of these major issues and initiatives at every level. The Anishinaabe Nation has led the way. In 1980, we changed the corporate entity, the Union of Ontario Indians, to be the secretariat to the Anishinaabe Nation. Because as it was said yesterday, we are Anishinaabe, not Indians. In 1995, a resolution was passed to pursue our own Anishinaabe Nation governance. Grand Council Chief Joe Harabaugh was the leader at that time, and he introduced this governance initiative to all of us. And in the process, we've had lots of negotiations, and what we've done is we've vigorously ensured this would have no impact on Aboriginal treaty rights, no taxation implications, a continued fiduciary obligation, no own source revenue involved, recognition as legal governments and not as an Indian Act band with no legal foundation, and with the lawmaking powers to exercise our jurisdictions. We have 8 First Nations that have embraced their own governance, and guess what? The sky has not fallen. And with the support of the Anishinaabe Nation governance staff and Mokanagan, actively developing laws and governance initiatives while operating with enhanced stable funding, these communities are striving. We have 10 other First Nations that have shown interest in looking at this process. The federal government has been very, I'll use the word evil, but tricky in also establishing other parallel processes that have paralleled the work that we're trying to do. They put governance and components in Indian lands management, in treaty initiatives, in the land claims process. But we've found out that these processes can work well within this own governance process. There's no hindrance to collaboration and working collectively on trying to move governance along. Some of these processes that the government has set up, the federal government has set up, they've been done intentionally to delay. Just like you heard, these ministers talk, and I'll get back to you. I've got to get some other committee to look at this. You've heard it all. For years, you've heard that same song and dance. And we have even larger numbers of First Nations that have already exercised their education governance. And First Nations moving on child well-being, with health transformation coming very soon, and our own judicial systems are not far away. We all know that the status quo has not worked and never will. Our Grand Council Chief and Deputy Grand Council Chief and our Leadership Council and you chiefs are talking the right talk to assert yourselves for your First Nation. The grassroots people are looking for that leadership. This will turn the negativity and toxic energy into positive energies if we demonstrate leadership. The people are looking for leaders to lead. The resolution that passed to move on governance is still on the books, even though it happened back in 1995. So the strength, unity, and positions of strength will only happen if you take bold action. It's time to close in the ranks and be the powerful Anishinaabe Nation again that will show relevancy to our people. I'm urging all of you to move with urgency to get out of the Indian Act and create our own governance. We've seen the cutbacks that the federal government has announced. We've seen this type of nonsense like this Bill S2. We've seen them tinkering constantly. The only way we're going to change things is to change it ourselves. So we have to create our own governance. And we have the support mechanisms to make that happen. I could talk more, but I say it once again, we haven't come this far to only go this far. Miigwech.
Couple of announcements just to let everyone know that Elder Jim Bob Misquart has spoken and provided the spirit plate, so I'm glad everyone's enjoying their lunch. I also want to acknowledge the kitchen and banquet staff who kept us fed on time and let it sit there for longer so that we can go and get it when we were ready. So thank you very much to both. Another reminder, your education authority is sitting out there looking for your thoughts and perspectives in their survey. So do take a moment to stop by their table. I believe they have an award or some kind of prize. We'll give everyone another hour to go fill out the survey and qualify for the prize, and we'll bring the announcement here for the winner. Before we move to closing, I just want to thank my co-chair for assisting me and thank you for your participation. I know that we've done things a little different in terms of moving forward. I hope it's something we'll continue to improve on as we're moving forward. I realize we're moving to the closing. But we're still talking up here. I do want to invite, I don't know if we'll go with Deputy Grand Council Chief and then Grand Council Chief, but we'll go first with Deputy Grand Council Chief. So just be, I know that the rest of the evening, the rest of our show will be taken over by the leadership. I do want to say, Miigwech, thank you very much for having myself. I want to thank you for my co-chair for assisting me throughout this 2.5 days. So we are learning and we are getting better, and we'll definitely improve with your feedback and your thoughts on how these meetings can be more effective and more productive. So Miigwech, with that, please help me welcome Deputy Grand Council Chief Chris Plain.
Miigwech, Matthew, and miigwech to all the delegates who have stayed until the end, and thank the presenters today. And I just wanted to say, in reflection, I've had a great 3 days, and I wanted to just extend a special appreciation to Richard and Chop and everybody who's helped us with the ceremonies and to help us get in a better state of mind, and the teachings that came along with those sunrise ceremonies. I really do appreciate that, and I learn something every time I enter that circle, and every time I leave a little bit more equipped, if you will, and always looking forward to a return so that I can continue learning. Just if you would indulge me, I do have a few gifts that we'd like to present. The first ones being to our co-chairs. First, I'd like to call up Charlotte. Charlotte, as a gift of our appreciation from the Anishinaabe Nation and your strong work and your dedicated tenure as a chair or co-chair for the last 3 days, keeping us on track. We just wanted to express our appreciation and gift you a small gift of appreciation on behalf of the Anishinaabe Nation.
Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. I can't do this without the help of the staff. I can't do this without the help of all the team here. I'm not alone doing this. It's all of us doing it together. And I want to say miigwech to my co-chair, as well as to the leadership here that took the time to sit with us today, the last 3 days. And of course, the team over on my left that keeps the videos running and the microphones working, as well as the team back there that is doing the resolutions. They kept us on track, kept us in line, and of course, made sure that we had all the right order in terms of us moving forward. So miigwech, miigwech, miigwech to all of you. Now.
Thank you very much, Charlotte, and of course our co-chair who comes to us from Seguin First Nation in Manitoba. But those of us who have been around the circle around a while, are familiar with him chairing national meetings, and we're very fortunate to have him attend. he did a masterful job as always. Didn't understand that he had lost his luggage, so when I seen him, I'm like, Matthew seems a little bit underdressed. Maybe he's just. But then he came back in the afternoon, like the Matthew I remember him. Not that it was an issue, but I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that you shared with us that you lost your luggage, and the good words that you've shared and helped keep us on track, and some of the somewhat contentious issues that require some dialogue. And I appreciate how you managed and walked us through that and got us through in a good way. And really appreciate the expertise you brought, the experience. And I'm sure Charlotte benefited as well, learned a lot from you as well. And we couldn't have possibly had this assembly without great co-chairs. So on behalf of the Anishinaabe Nation, I just wanted to express my appreciation on behalf of all of us for the good work you did as a co-chair for the last 3 days. Miigwech. Very kind. Okay. I don't need anything. Okay. Matthew says he doesn't need to say anything. He said enough. We do have a few additional gifts we'd like to present. Grand Chief's going to help me out here. If you're still in the room, I'm not really too sure, and hopefully I don't butcher your name. Bryn Lee Hardy, the youth host or the host youth. Is Bryn Lee still here? I'm not sure she's still here, but we'll make sure she gets her gift. Oh, she's coming. Perfect. Oh, here. On behalf of the Anishinaabe Nation, as the youth host, we just want to express our appreciation to you and your community for being gracious hosts this week. And as a token of our appreciation, we'd like to gift you this tobacco and this cloth. So I'll do this 4 times, and then you can accept it. Thank you very much. And the next one we'd like to gift is, and if you can just indulge me for a few minutes, I'd just like to share a quick story. So one time I was a little bit out of my territory. I wasn't really too familiar with many people around, but I did recognize Elder Jim Mushcourt. And just getting to know him like a little bit recently before that, we got to talking and he broke some ice. And when he seen my name, he said, are you related to Fred Plain? And some of you around the table will remember Fred Plain. He was my late great uncle. He was actually the first president of the Union of Ontario Indians, which then turned into the position of Grand Council Chief. He was our sitting chief, kind of like I was, and stepped down from community leadership to accept that role. So anyways, Jim was telling me one time he was at the powwow, and my Uncle Fred didn't see too well. And he had his camera and he was really taking a picture, and this little boy was waving like that. And Jim says, "Who's you taking a picture of?" He goes, "I think that's my son." And Jim says, "That's a little Asian boy." So I was telling this story to Fred, and young Fred must have liked his name so much he named his last 2 sons Fred. So this is the second youngest Fred. I seen him and I said, "Elder Jim, do you remember him?" And he says, "Yeah, I know him," because he's from this territory. He says, I told him this story, he started laughing. He goes, "Well, one time," he said, "my dad was always liking to take pictures. So we're looking at these pictures and we're at the amusement park and there's a picture of a little Asian boy on this ride. My dad must say, I thought that was you." He took a picture of him, but anyway, that was Fred. So at this time, we'd like to call up Elder Jim Mushcourt. There he is. This man is so full of knowledge and so full of culture and ceremony, but he's more full of humor. And he's had us laughing at the sunrise ceremony, but he's also shared some good words and some good teachings, and that we really appreciate. But we also appreciate that old goodness humor, and he provides us with that and keeps us loose and keeps that ceremony very, very short, and so to speak. But we're very proud to have him on board, and very honored to host him as the host elder. We'd like to gift him some tobacco and cloth. And Jim in the language was telling stories at the sunrise, and in the language he must have talked about, if I keep talking, my nose is going to grow like Pinocchio. And it sounded funny in the language, and we were all laughing. But he was very good and very appreciated over the last 3 days. And the last one I'll leave for the Grand Council Chief. But is Chief Odawa in the house? I mean, he is a house, but are you in the house? There he is. Chief Odawa.
Miigwech. You want to speak first, or want me to go first? Miigwech, Deputy. For my closing comments, I just want to say Chimiigwech, Kinawea. I think all that's been said is how I felt. But today, we really wanted to acknowledge the community of Red Rock Indian Band, who most graciously offered to host almost within minutes of the call out. And that, I would say, is the first time that's ever happened. And the community and your team, Chief, and maybe if we can invite your council members if they're here, or anybody from Red Rock First Nation to come and stand with your Gima here. Chief Odawa and his team has been full participants in the planning of this Grand Council Assembly, and, was incredible to work with by all accounts. And a lot of your team members worked with our staff. And, the last time we were here at a Grand Council Assembly, we didn't have a host from Northern Superior. So from the bottom of our hearts, we want to say Chimiigwech to you and your community. And today we want to honor your community through you as Gima, from us, as a representation of our kinship, our Goodwill Wangazit Anishinaabe, and for your community's generosity while we're in the Robinson Superior Territory. So I just want to say Chimiigwech, and our head gets it does have a few words to share.
Bonjour, de Magnetic. Dem ki al koten de go, not ko se na de moito sinigato temia. Am de to mi gatset me go, aminang goting. Ibiti kwok tong, ibisi goyang. Minang goting ke bak anak, ibitas musat. Kan jmar ta je vas kotek ading, ibinda koyata se mamo no pogas. Mida shwe, migish ka migisang wibago. Chutoin dawad mampi a king a young skonegat. Nishnabege no. The Jamonji dot. And Janata Matot. And Gigiat. Sco sneak kong is the Kodik. Red Rock is the Kodik skonegat. We was in the na. The Makat. Gankin utan mangi. Asabun get to send the door. Gavin in the Vangajanashim. Kain Jitan Dicket. Okay. I was asked to do this to help out. Our old tradition, our old ways back in the days, what I know, what I understand. Anytime when the Anishinaabe went to go travel elsewhere, different tribe, different territory, we have a tradition. And in English, it's called bartering, trade. You give something in that community because we're visitors. And our leadership council, our Gimak, that came up with this, and they want to give something to our leader. And usually you give whatever you can. Some people give stones, some people give feathers, rattle, you name it. They're all sick with. So what they're going to present is a miigwas, a feather. Anytime when you want to give someone a feather, what that is what they call a dock cotton, they call. What is a dock cotton? It's like a rudder on a boat. It's your steering. It'll show you the way. It'll show you the way where you need to go in life. You'll be guided in that spirit of the winged one. So it's here. That's what they want to give. Bartering to say miigwech. This one here will teach the community a lot. This one will teach us a lot. This will always teach us two things. Always. Everything comes in two. What will it teach us? Top and bottom. Left and right. Right and wrong. Black and white. Spring and fall. The sun and the moon. Male and female. They'll also teach you love and hate. Hate is a powerful word. It'll teach you respect and disrespect. It'll teach us knowledge, wisdom, and ignorance. It'll teach you courage and fear. It'll teach you humility and ego. It'll teach you honesty and dishonesty. It'll teach you truth. It'll also teach you a lie. So when you sit there with this, sometimes you flick this in a circle to look at both sides, and you'll see yourself when you hold that. This one has spirit, like everything else, what Barbara mentioned. And this is what's going to guide them, the community, to help them. So I'd like to say miigwech keni for coming here to help out any way I can. But here's the thing. Anytime you want to give something to someone, whether it's a stone, a rattle, a feather, you know what we do? Sometimes we all forget. That's okay because we're human. We're not robots. We're not perfect. We talk about it, where it came from, maybe what it looks like, then we hand it over. One thing we're forgetting is we forget what's inside that. What's inside this is spirit. What's inside that stone? Spirit. And before we hand this over, we sing to this one. You sing to them first before you give anything. You sing to that spirit. And all I was asked to do is to help out. So I'm going to sing to this one and thank. And I'll sing a song I was given by Benito. It's a prayer song to help. So say miigwech. Minash webinos. There's some cloth here, sema too, that'll go with it. And miigwech dikit. That's just a little bit. There's a lot more to this. Miigwech. Ready? Face him. They're gonna face him, and I'm gonna sing this song. And I'll sing it, you'll see me sing it 4 times. At the very 4th time at the end, that's when they'll hand it. They go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, ya, oh, ya, oh, ya, oh. 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 Hey, ya, oh, ya, oh, ya, oh.
Well, I wasn't expecting this today. Yeah, I won't keep anybody any longer, but this is my second feather that I got gifted. My first one is when I first got in as chief, and I want to bring my First Nation first, and I'm just lost for words right now, but I want to continue on building my First Nation up. We are moving rapidly and fast, and yeah, I don't know what, I'm just lost for words right now. So I also want a special thanks to Chief Michelle for allowing us here on her territory. Not only that, today is a great day, and got lots done in this past few days in a very positive way that help all our First Nations to move forward and to help our First Nation grow and to heal our First Nation people that needs healing, to move our people home where they belong. And that's what I'm working towards. That's the main reason, is to get our people home and safe. Miigwech, and thanks for coming again.
Miigwech. In closing, we're going to ask our Gets It, Jimmy, to close us out in a good way now.
Aha. Okay. Those of you that don't know me, my name is Minister Richard Sinoway. I come to try and help you answer questions as much as I can, but we're still working on things. I'll get back to you. Okay? I don't know. I don't know when, but I will. Next summer, maybe. One summer, yeah. But however, I can tell you this. I could not answer your missing and murdered Aboriginal women question, children. I can't answer that, not right now. Or, Edibindagzajik. But I can tell you this. I'm 100% support our Prime Minister to run the pipeline. Meanwhile, the northern communities, they've been begging for clean drinking water. So how can you provide billions and billions of dollars to run a pipeline and not help these people provide fresh drinking water up there? There's something wrong. So with that, I'll transform. And I've come to speak to you with truth and honesty. And I've did it. And before, I'd like to help you understand something, what you see for the past 3 days now. If you look up here, if you look up at this Eagle staff that's here right by me, you're going to see something. There's a chair up front with a blanket draped over. You know why that's there? Why that's there is we should never forget the ones that have gone on. That's the past chiefs, veterans, children missing murdered Aboriginal women and children. That's gone on. That's their seat. We come here to honor them and respect them and thank them. That's how we are, and that's what we do things. I feel sorry. I feel for people that work in what we saw this morning. Big difference is there's a fence. That woman that spoke this morning is on the other side of the fence. We're on this side. Big difference. Don't know how to do it. They don't. We know how. You know? So this chair is for them. Everyone has gone on. Sheikh Kaba, Gordon, sitting there listening to us, watching, guiding us. That's our way, how we honor them and never forget them. And that's the way we are. Government people do it different. They have their Veterans Day once a year. They celebrate once a year. Us, we celebrate our veterans every weekend, powwows. There's never a day that goes by we don't honor veterans. We do it pretty much every day. That's just the way we are. So that's what that is. So, any coming here, I'd like to meet what I was asked to do and to help out with this. And I've always said this before. When Sheikh Kaba, before he passed, when he passed on that feather to me, to take on that role, responsibility, and guide the leadership, I says, okay, I'll do it. And I've always said this, and I'll say it again. There's no one across Turtle Island, even me. I will never fill his magazines. Nobody will ever fill his magazines. But I can fill his seat. I can fill his seat. And that's what I've been doing. We've heard a lot. We felt a lot throughout the 3 days here. Now, just because it's going to be over, that doesn't mean it's over. What that means is it's the beginning of something new. Something. It's never the end. There's no such thing as goodbye here either. That doesn't exist in our ways of life. It continues. So I'd like to thank everyone that came afar in different directions. The chiefs that sat. Some of them are gone. And I know what's missing still. That day will come. And yes, I heard it here. I says, no more flags. The next assembly in fall, we're going to see how much Eagle Staffs come in. Even more, and more, and more, and more. That's when you're going to see, power in our ways of life. You'll see that. You know? And one day, this leadership too, you will see something. And it's over at the head office. They have a dagon, they have a drum. You're going to see chiefs one day singing around that drum, or leaders. We'll teach them how to sing those songs. Show them. That's what it's going to take. It's got to come from the top, to do these things. And I'm more than willing to guide, help out too, any way I can. So, mi watcha de menem, en se bebesh goek, dat de mag de dik, je bent de gebik. Vi manje dob ge mak anak, je de beat. Boga stan yiding an de bezwaat ge mak anak. Mi watcha de na en de gesh gebik ge gabi ni kata stout te men de gam tag so ge beno ge gesh gebik. A windak ganan ni waat. A mi genat de gok. Chit toin da, nishnabe, genotchiget. Ich bin nicht gegen die Kiange, aber ich gehe nicht mange. Gawin jitan dikka da mimne tu. Again, go wextage again. Na nostage again. Na go to end in the way. Me the shwe. We menik. Can I go mom tien se bejugot nishnabe. And se bejik What I said there was this at the end. Everyone that's here, you know what you've done for the past 3 days? You came here to fast. You were fasting. Fasting for what? You'll see. And you'll get your answers. And when I say that, fasting, you left home, your family. They're at home waiting for you. Your children, your grandchildren. They're fasting for you too. They miss you. Even your dog, even your cat. They're fasting for you too. You're fasting for them. We come here to fast. And when we fast, we'll be shown something. We'll hear something. It'll make sense. And what do we do with it? We take it back and share it. That's what this is all about. So with that, I'll say miigwech, and I'll hand it over to my Mishum and Jim over here to close it off for us. Miigwech.
Also, Anin, Kiashoin Mitkendigyo, Hawashkation Dotem. They call me Crosswind, and my clan is Deer Clan. May I go sit the Shomo Copation Shin to go and she in Nin. Being Stobek Saging Shin Katagan. I come from not far from here, called the Rocky Bay First Nation. May I go sit the Shke. No go in Kino go Minikan Shake. Jamaica Chikaiki Shag Omo. Ego match Saxoti or to go Okimak. That's what they would say when chiefs would get together. We call a meeting in Ojibwe, Kishkatadian. When chiefs get together, it's Zaxodian. That's when they smoke a pipe. Me, my guys, Tochkate, and Ensagi, Shikayomat Kamgak. Well, when I go to go beach cat taken, you to go nip mat to swing Kagoshan cat taken. Me Sagatish nunkum, we go skok, we can nunkum. You go magic go sucksot them in Ukimak. Where when I go to go kioek, Guy went chiek, Kino. To go up Mago, Kino, go tin wine mark neon go. Got die and Guy went chiot. Where when I go. Go me bisco kishin go be map kicken get taban. You to go mikna. Me go tishkishin we go miss say go. Where when I go to go yishayan. To go up go wheat kamagnak. That's what we call our family up here, this area. Those who are in your circle of life. Wheat kamagnak. Kitinwin Maganuk, your relatives. May Sagokan wake. Mana o and a go ge, Kino Communican shag omo. Where when I go to Gokino and Tisiek, you look after yourselves. Each and every one of you is our number one. Always realize when it's time for me, self-care is so important. Where when I go? Jago Yishayan Gaiwan Chiek, Gai Shitayan. Me coach the Snugoyanan going Nikdeo Ken in Yok. Ushkonig, me go keko. Kayon Shakoge. George O'Neill Public School singers from Nipigon. Give them a round of applause. And Ojibwe Alliance. You know, the song they're going to sing here comes from the late Alex Kidd. And he made a song called The Traveling Song. And it's to ensure that everyone gets home to find their loved ones safe and sound. So they've joined their two drums together. And that's to ensure everyone gets home safe. And there's a lot of food, I think, left over here. Hopefully there's enough there for a bowl of soup for me. But anyway, I say miigwech to everyone here and to these, we call them migisimatiganatik, the staffs that are here that represent our nations. Misigominik ewigo kityan. Wewe na go chigo kinuentisiek. Misigo pan mapi. Mino, kapoapman mino. Who? Okay. Okay. All right, they're gonna go 2 verses of a thank you song, miigwech song, saying thank you to each and every one of you that are here today. And then they're gonna go into the traveling song, at which time we invite each and every one of you, you can follow in behind. Okay, hold on there. We got our one of our grandmothers here gonna carry the. Okay. Oh, you can be up, kick. Aha. Basik yok kenuyag. Penipuyok. Once again, oh, I got some out.